We're getting started. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start sharing out. All right, so I'm gonna start sharing out this link. Masha is gonna share out this link. I'm gonna say all praise Yahweh by showing Masha Yahweh Shai. Do a little bit of praise Nagayana. And yeah, go through this week's Torah portion. So Yahweh Yahweh Masha Shai, Shabbat Shalom, Kwame Yasharallah. From everlasting to everlasting, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is our master. Kwame Yasharallah. Hallelujah. All right. As you come in, put a 7 in the room if the sound is good, 3 in the room if it's not.
Forever.
Blessings to the house of Maharka. All right, we love you all. Kwame Yasharallah. All praise. Shalom to the Mashpachayim coming in. Hey, y'all make sure y'all share this out. If it sounds good, put a 3, put a 7 in the room. If it doesn't sound good, put a 3 in the room. Make sure y'all share this out so the people can hear it. Man, all praise. Shalom, Uriah. Hang in there, man. We got a lot of scriptures to go through. All right, Thuwada Nawa, Yahweh Shemar Latha, appreciate you.
From the beginning.
All right.
Whoever.
And again, make sure y'all share out.
You were there.
This week's Torah portion. Hallelujah.
In the palm.
That's another 7
of
for
your
us.
hand. Sun, stars, heaven above and earth below. The tides of the sea and the direction the winds blow. A humble servant you have made in me. A humble servant you have made. And my only desire is to follow thee. Everlasting, everlasting. From everlasting to everlasting. Thou art God. From everlasting to everlasting. Thou art God. From everlasting to everlasting. Thou art God. From everlasting to everlasting. Thou art God.
All praise. This is one of my favorite tracks, man. All praise. And I absolutely will. What I'm going to do is, that song just beautiful. It's full of praise. You can't beat that. Outside from my other favorite song, which is my Mashpachah song, my family song. I call dibs on it. All right. It's my favorite song. I call dibs on it. Okay. All right, but yeah, that song is called "Thou Art Yah," and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna paste that in here. All right. Now this one is just that's thou art Yah. Okay, so there's that one. Nawa'ah. We got our brother Masha Rashid King Nellums. All right, so the link is in here. All right, Nawa'ah. There's that one. Everlasting. You know, I pray that not only you like it, but you know, you go through it and it'd be a blessing inside of your household. You know, playing Barawak Nakayana, blessed music. You know, in your bayat, man, in your home, it really does do something. You know, it helps change the vibration, the environment. You know, and we really need that sometimes, man. We really need that sometimes. So I hope that you like that. There, that is okay. And we have a special guest that's rocking with us today. And the majority of you all know him. You've either met him, you've either met him from him sending out, you know, messages or just, you know, politicking. I mean, the brother, he's excellent. All right. The brother's excellent when it comes to corresponding, sharing out information, you know, making sure that the people are aware of what's going on. All right. His name is Masha Rashid King Nellums. I'm going to bring him up on the microphone here pretty soon. But first, before I do that, I got to also let you all know something. The brother Rashid is a amazing freestyle artist. The brother can freestyle like forever. Like he freestyles like he talks. Like he just freestyles in a pattern of communication. All right. So that's who's up on the screen. And then, of course, you all know me, your brother Karat Zaya Banya Sha'Allah. Back at it like Torah addicts out of rehab. Shalom, Kwam Yasharala, Yabra Kam Yabasham Mashagal Shai. Make sure y'all send this out. I am currently on my phone because I need to send out this communication also. And the reason being is because, one, we're reading the Torah to the people. So we know that we have a pattern of reading the Torah regularly. All right. So we read the Torah regularly to the people. All right. And if you can't read the Torah, then you can at least listen to the Torah. All right. So the Most High, he's given us a system that's called the Torah portion is what we call it. We know that Masha, he read the Torah to us regularly. All right. We know that the apostles, the prophets, that they read the Torah to our people regularly. And within our own households, you know, if you're not going to read the Torah, then you can at least listen to the Torah. You can study the Torah. The Shabbat is a set apart. It's a holy day. And on this day, we know that the Most High gave us his instructions, all right, to be obedient, to do what he requests and requires for us to do, which is do what? Which is to go through his tawarah, all right, to go through his instructions, okay? So I'm going to play one more Nagayana. All right. One of my brother's favorite songs. And I know a lot of y'all know the song too. It's Brother Fred Genius, man. You can't get past the song. You know, nowhere you go in Yasharala, you're never going to get away from this song. All right. So, and it's a great song too. So you already know what it is. I'm going to go ahead and play it. Yasharala. All right. Hey, Shabbat Shalom. We got Army of Israel in the building, headquarters from West. All right, look forward to ministering with you soon. Hey, brother, I look like Stevie Wonder with the beads, man. Brother, I look like Stevie Wonder, man. But anyway. All right, so we're gonna play this, and we're gonna get to the Torah portion.
What we doing over here?
We
resting. We're chilling on the Sabbath. That's what we doing. We chilling on the Sabbath. We're chilling on the Sabbath.
Hey, how's that sound? Is it too low? Is it too loud? Somebody let us know. Is the sound too low? We need to change it. If it's good, put a 7. If it's too low, put a 3.
We're chilling on the Sabbath. Rocking sundown. Exactly, sundown. Say we're chilling on the Sabbath.
I like that song.
Everybody's out doing what they want to do. We're reading scripture and singing to the Most High, 'cause we know the law and we keep the Father's holy commandments. So let people say what they want to say. Let them mock you for keeping this day, yeah. We gon' be ready when Christ returns. They be having church on the wrong day, and they despise everything that we say, yeah. Even when we show them in the holy word, Sabbath and keep it holy. And we should always honor the Most High and do exactly what He say. And don't let the non-believers convince you that the law is done away with. You just rest and chill with the Most High, 'cause the Father knows who's here. So you tell them we're chilling on the Sabbath. Say we're chilling on the Sabbath. Don't call me, I won't even be answering the phone. We're chilling on the Sabbath. Say we're chilling on the Lord's day. We're chilling on the Sabbath. Me and you back on, you tell them this right here. Now don't look for me on no Sunday at your church no more, 'cause now I keep the Holy Saturday. See, I can show you in my Bible, Exodus chapter 20. Just scroll down and look at verse 8. Verse 8. The fourth commandment says, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. And we should always honor the Most High. And do exactly what He say. And don't let the non-believers convince you that the law is done away with. That's what you do. You just rest and chill with the Most High, 'cause the Father knows who's here. So you tell them we're chilling on the Sabbath. Say we're chilling, y'all. We're chilling on the Sabbath. You can come through if you want to. We're chilling on the Sabbath and learn some scriptures about our Heavenly Father. We're chilling on the Sabbath, 'cause the fourth commandment says, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. And we should always honor the Most High and do exactly what He say. And don't let the non-believers convince you that the law is done away with. You just rest and chill with the Most High, 'cause the Father knows who's here. So you tell them we're chilling on the Sabbath. Say we're chilling on the Sabbath. That's all I wanna do is just chill with my Father. We're chilling on the Sabbath. So don't ask me to even go nowhere. We're chilling on the Sabbath. It's gonna be chilling, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's all we gonna be doing. Praising the Most High. So if they come at you wrong, you show them in the scripture. So you tell them we keep the Sabbath. They can come through. Tell them to come through and read some scriptures about my Heavenly Father. About our Heavenly Father. That be blessing us. Give grace. Yes, please. Ahaya Bahashim Yeshaya Barakatah. This is how we do it when we're keeping the Sabbath. This is how we're doing it. This is how we do it when we're keeping the Sabbath. We just chilling. This is how we do it when we're keeping the Sabbath. Reading scripture. This is how we do it when we're keeping the Sabbath. So pour you some wine and chill some more. Some wine when the sun go down. Yeah. After the Sabbath. Bless y'all. Shalom.
Oh, praise Yahweh B'Shem Mashiach Yahushua. And I gotta say that real quick. All praise Yahweh B'Shem Mashiach Yahushua, man. Hey, that is like the Israelite classic. I remember that song first came out, man. Yahshua was going nutty, man. Yahshua was going Israelites was going nutty when that song first came out. Like we finally had, hey, shalom everybody. Y'all brought coming up B'Shem Mashiach Yahushua. This your brother Karata Zaya. For a lot of you that know me, y'all know me as Isaiah Yashala. You know, but come all praise, man. Shalom, Saint. Shalom, Saint. All right, we got celebrities in the building. All praise, man. I need help. Look, I love you, man. Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. But yeah, I remember when that song first came out, man. You know, it was like a boom. It was like a major boom of Israelite music. Y'all was just popping, you know, and Israelite music is still popping, you know. And speaking of Israelite music popping, I want to bring one of our brothers on This brother's name is Rashid King Nellums. All right, now, on the screen, his name is Masha. I'm gonna bring him up on screen real quick. Masha Ban Yasha'Allah. Masha means Moses. Okay, so the word Masha. If you know anybody whose name is Terry, the name Terry also means Moses. Isn't that interesting? So Masha Ban Yasha'Allah. All right, so the brother, me and him have been ministering for a long time together, and I gotta say this: he is one of the few brothers. The Father's giving me the gift. I can rap. I'm okay. I'm decent. But this brother Masha can rap to literally anything. If you put him on a beat, he's gonna out rap you. All right. Now, we've been ministering together for a long time, and whenever we need stuff, messages, contacts, things like that, that brother Masha, man, he's our correspondent. He's in the correspondence department with me. We're always sending information out to other Israelites, etc. So I'm gonna bring Masha up on, man. All right, let's give a salute to the brother, and Masha's gonna freestyle for us, man. And I'm always nervous when it comes to freestyling with Masha, and the reason being is because he's a good freestyle artist. Like, you know, some people be like, "Oh, freestyle," and then they'll say something that's written. That's not freestyle. If you rap something that you've written years ago, months ago, that's not a freestyle. Freestyle is off of the top of the head. Okay. All right. So Masha freestyles off of the top of the head. I'm gonna go ahead and bring him up on the screen. I'm gonna unmute your microphone, Masha, man. Shalom, Ak.
Shalom. Yahweh Bahasha, HaMashiach, Yahweh Brata, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Ak. Shabbat Shalom. Hey, Masha, man. Look, we're gonna get to the Torah portion, everybody, but I wanted to give Masha an opportunity to introduce himself to you all while we're letting our people know who we are throughout the four corners of the earth, you know, and we're operating under the banner of the government of Israel, March to the Yasha'Allah. Keeping in mind also, I think next month we'll be having the 18th Hebrew Israelite Summit. So if any of you are in the Dallas, Texas area, or if you can travel to Dallas, Texas, we need people, you know, to come, Israelites to come and perform, Israelites to come and be a part of this thing that's a biblical prophecy that most likely to happen, which is our people coming together throughout the four corners, man. Like it's a real thing that's happening. So that'll be in Dallas, Texas. If you haven't seen it on my Facebook, it's been my Facebook flyer information. If anybody's watching that has the flyer, maybe you can share the information on here for the summit. And I'm hoping, I'm praying, you know, we'll be able to break bread and meet each other. And Masha, man, I got one of the hardest instrumentals. I don't think, you know, it will be easy to flow to, man. I'm gonna pull up something, and that's something that people know about you. When it comes to rapping, you can rap over anything. I found a very complicated instrumental, Masha. I'm gonna challenge you.
I love challenge.
Okay? Love challenge.
I love them.
I think that'd be something cool to do. Like each time, try to find like a different instrumental for you to freestyle over something else. Because I'm telling you, the man Masha, he can literally rap over anything. All right, he rapped on one of my songs I did back in the day, and I was like, man, you really did better than me on that track. You know. All right, so now everybody, for those of you that's watching, if you're hip to it, you know what we're about to do. All right, we're going to read the Torah portion to the ears of the people. All right, the Torah portion is we read a portion of the laws of God, which is the first 5 books. We read a portion of the prophecies, and then we read a portion of the gospel. Now, studying the Torah portion isn't for the faint, it isn't for the weak. And the reason why we say that is because when it comes to studying the Torah, you have to be dedicated and focused to want to take time to learn for yourself. On the Shabbat, you have to take time. Today is the Sabbath, the 7th day of the week, Sabbath. So for the Shabbat, you have to be dedicated to either want to listen or to study for yourself to make your spiritual growth better. So for those of you who don't know, you know, that's what we do. All right, now we're going to get started with this because, Masha, I'm going to give you 2 minutes on the clock.
2 minutes, got you.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, freestyle.
I try to go the minutes of 2 minutes.
right, all right. All right, now before we get started, Masha, do you want to say anything to the people?
Con. I want to say Shabbat Salam to Yasha Allah, aka Israel, aka Israelites. All blessings to y'all, to your household, and to your family. The four angels, the four corners of the earth. Keep the blessings, keep the Torah, and stay alive, and keep the blessings and endure. Con
and endure. All right, here we go. 2 minutes on the clock. Masha. This beat is DC Go-Go. All right, this is a DC Go-Go instrumental. All right, you got to be a bad person to flow over a DC Go-Go instrumental. We're gonna give it up. All right, here we go. All right.
Now hook me up.
Yo, this is Masha Ban Yasha Allah. Recognize who we is. We coming with the bruises. We cruising with the ships. Hey, 144 deep. Better know. 10,000 angels about to come from the sky. That what references say. That's the ending. I'm the call me the Genesis. I'm the beginning. Better know. Better walk with the Bruce. We dancing like David. We dancing like Daniel. Better know. Cause today is the Sabbath. Today that we resting and chilling. Better know, the how we do it like a heartbeat. Recognize, you see I'm freestyling to the beat as I bring the heat. Understand, cause the temperature is up. Better know for real. It ain't going down, no hell to be. Reckon I'm crazy, I'm praising to the heavens. Better know, cause I'm rocking with the beat. There's nothing can stop me, cause I'm chilling on the Sabbath. Better know. I'm reading the scriptures. That's my melody as I meditate. Hey. Better know, this Masha, aka the Golden Lion. It's breaking that fire like the dragon. Better understand, cause I'm raising the roof. The master house on fire. We don't need no water. The master house is on fire. Let the roof burn. Better know. You see me giggle and laughing because the beat is on ridiculous. Give me the giggles as to get the chills. What the freestyle coming as a freestyle go. Better know who's that rapping. You know, I already introduced my name probably a couple of times, but let me do it a third time. Masha Ban Yasha Allah. Reckon I'm crazy because I'm going bananas on the beat. Seeking what it is to make a split. Hey, better know. The Israelites, all four corners of the earth being shattered because we've been disobedient to the Most High. But now we being obedient because we keeping the laws. Better know, because, yo, I got to end this right now. Bon, Yasha Allah.
All praise, that's the big homie Masha, man. That's my eye. Yo, Masha, when I tell people you can freestyle to anything, I mean it. I've never heard nobody freestyle for 2 minutes over a go-go instrumental. Yo, you said we laughing because this beat is ridiculous. Yo, that's classic, man. That's classic. Well, we got it documented. All right. If anybody want to challenge, Masha is the reigning freestyle instrumental champ. We got any challengers? I seen now we had Masha, we had a Maharka that I was on here a moment ago. And Maharka, I guess he had to step to the side. Army of Israel, he was in there. He came in, maybe he had a different ministry he had to do, but salute to Maharka, Army of Israel in the building. I want to challenge you, Maharka, man. I'm gonna tell you, don't want no smoke with Masha, man. No smoke, man. All right, so you don't want no smoke, man. The brother Masha, man, his freestyle is ridiculous, man. All right, so the sister just told us that there's an echo. All right, so I'm gonna mute my mic one more time. I'm gonna let Masha, if he has any ministry that you want to say anything, and then we're gonna get started on the Torah portion reading for the week. All right, you want to bless the people? Anything you bring out?
I will give one more blessings to the people. Keep your head up, 10 toes down. Keep praising the Most High. Please keep His laws. They say we're not perfect. Yahweh said we will be perfect, keeping His laws. He is the prime example. Let's keep the example. Be like him. Keep the laws. Con.
Excellent. Say less. All right. Excellent. I mean, what more else is there to say? You know, obey Yahweh, keep the law, statutes, commandments. You know, our sister said freestyle worlds. Freestyle worlds it is. All right, so let's go ahead and get it cracking, man. So let's get started, Masha, man. You ready for this? All right. So we're going to get started with the book of Bara'ash, the book of Genesis. All right. And again, man, we taking challengers. If anybody want to come on live and try to see if you can beat Masha's 2-minute freestyle go record. All right. Maybe the most house will, maybe next week we'll have an instrumental from Peru. Yeah. I don't know, man. Start finding some instrumentals from the Bermuda Triangle worlds. All right. See if you can out-rap Masha. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started with this week's Torah portion reading. Masha, are you kosher with reading? You good with that?
I am.
All right, cool. So let's start our screen share and let's get it popping. All right. So now unfortunately, there's an echo on your end. So what I keep having to do is I keep having to mute your microphone, Masha. So if you have the volume turned up on any of your devices where you are, that might be causing a bit of an echo. So I'm going to ask you if you can turn your volume down if that's it. All right. Okay. I'm hoping. I don't think that's it. I'm still getting an echo on your end. Whenever I unmute you, I get an echo. So we got to figure out what that is. What's going on with that? But let me see. Let's try it again. I'm going to unmute you. See if we can get a clear sound. All right. Unmute mic. All right. Echo.
Con. Is it my end or is it your end? It's like I sound like the echo come from your end.
Possibly. Yeah, possibly. All right. So let's try to. This one says cis world.
Okay.
All right. Let's go ahead and get it cracking. All right. So I'm going to open up the Torah portion, but Masha, I don't know how to do this without there being the echo. I don't know how to make that happen. Let me see. Let me try that. All right. There we go. I think I got it. I think I got it. There we go. All right. So screen share. Let's get it popping. So we're looking at this week's Torah portion, and we will be starting at the book of Bara'ash, which is the book of Genesis. I'm going to put the Torah portion up on the screen for everybody to see because you might need to document it. You might need to write it down. All right. So this week's Torah portion, we're going to be starting with the book of Bara'ash, Genesis chapter 47. And like we said, whenever we read the Torah portion, it's not for the faint-hearted. It's not for the weak. You got to be disciplined. You have to have your mind dedicated. And then let me get the scripture real quick. All right. Sirach chapter 2, which everybody should be familiar with this. Ecclesiasticus chapter 2, KJV. Also, we will be reading from the King James Version. All right. I think I might do a couple different time frames where we read from a more moderate version because sometimes the King James Version can be hard to understand. It can be hard to understand the King James Version. And I get that. And we have some family members and we have some friends, that when we talk, they like, hey, I understand the easier versions better. And that's a reality, but I do want to also encourage people that when you are reading, when you are studying, when you are listening, if you study the older, harder text, you will understand more. And it takes some time. it's hard to do sometimes, but once you start studying those older texts, it does get easier over time. All right, so this is Ecclesiastes chapter 2, and it says, my son, if thou come to serve the Lord, but we know it says Lord here. We're going to pronounce it in Hebrew, though. My son, if thou come to serve Yahweh, prepare thy soul for temptation. So as soon as we know I got my mind made up to do something different, I'm going to study, I'm going to focus, and I'm going to give my attention to the God of Abraham. His name is Yahweh. As soon as we know that that's what our intensive goal is, we got to get ready for temptation. All kind of things happen. You be talking, and all of a sudden, I don't know, you start thinking about last week's dinner. You feel me? People in your family start tripping. You start saying you're an Israelite, and people will start calling you a Muslim. All kind of things happen, and then, so studying and focusing on Yahweh, once you do so, the major thing that you have to do is prepare your soul for temptation. The Most High says, set thy heart aright. The Most High says, set thy heart aright and constantly endure and make not haste in time of trouble. All right. So this is what we want to do. And we want to encourage you also that while you're going through the Torah portion, it's not for the weak. It's not for the faint-hearted. You definitely need discipline, because in the wintertime, the sun goes down a lot quicker. In the summertime, you still have a lot of daylight to go. So it'll be like, oh, we started teaching at 2, and this is a 4-hour class, and we've been reading all day. And like, man, I need to go and do something else. No, you don't. You need to sit still, learn, and study the Torah. All right. I want to give a salute to one of the Akwathian, Naimia. Naimia just sent a text message. So salute to the Akwath Naimia, Yahweh Shamar Ilatha. I pray that Yahweh put you in the same position to where you're ready to grow, study, and learn too. All right. Okay. The sister says she's on. Okay. So all praise. So with that being said, salute to Akwath Naimia. All right. Let me spell her name. All right. Naim. Yeah. All right. Naimia. All right. And the reason why I'm doing that is because there's other Akwatian that's in this walk, and I tell people all the time, like, yo, you're not alone. Once you find out you're an Israelite, there's so much more that comes to be with not just hearing, oh man, because not only am I Israelite, my children are Israelites. My father's an Israelite. My grandfather's an Israelite. And even though the majority of us may have been raised in a different religious or a different belief setting, we still are the children of Jacob. We still are the children of Israel. And we have to be there to encourage, help, and support each other, because the walk that I'm on now is about waking up others. 12 toes. It's about waking up more Yasha Aliyam everywhere we go, because we see that the prophecies tell us that when Yahweh Shai comes back, he's going to destroy. He's going to kill a lot of Israel. He's going to kill a lot of, and that's the part that we didn't learn when we was in church. That when Christ comes back, he's going to destroy. All right. So if I know something, if I don't tell somebody, then their blood is on my hands, and that's not something I can handle, because I've done a lot of wrong in my day. So with that being said, now you have men like the 3 men that's on this panel right now. All right. We have Masha. I'm going to ask if he can unmute his microphone. Got Maharika. I'm going to ask if he can unmute his microphone. And what we're going to do is we're going to start building and going through the Torah portion. So for this week on forward, those people who newly got in touch with me, who newly met me from last week, okay, boom, now y'all being introduced to our community. So shalom to our sister Naimia. All right, La Akwat Nawa to our sister Naimia. All right, and then we have to be able to have a safe place for our community to come to be able to teach. Because trust, if you teaching you an Israelite, and you brothers let me know when y'all, yeah, okay, there we go. Con. All right, when you brothers can unmute your microphones, etc. All right, so I'm gonna yield the floor for a second, man. We got the elder Maharika on. All right, and we're gonna get ready to get into the Torah portion, but first I want to yield the floor to one of the elders. Shalom, Zaquan.
Hey, shalom, Mark. Shabbat shalom. I just want to stop by right quick and say shalom. I'm about to do a little lesson myself, so I said, "Oh, I don't know, my glasses looking crooked and all that." we take the elder eyes off right quick. Yeah, so we all gather here, you know what I'm saying, for the Shabbat. About to go over some lessons, which is sisterins. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be starting at 2:30. So just want to stop by and say what's up. That's it. Hope everybody is doing well. You know, House of Mahara saluting y'all right now in the background. So all praise and glory to the Most High by Shema Mashiach Yahushua. That's it, Prince.
All praise and glory to the Most High by Shema Mashiach Yahushua. Yo, Maharaka Tawada, for the years of ministry that you put in. I do have a challenge for you. The brother Masha Ban Yasha Allah got the freestyle challenge for you. 2 minutes of freestyle, man. If you can just, I'm just saying, I'm telling you, brothers, he a hard act to follow. That's all I mean to say.
Man, I'll yield. Yeah, what's going on, Knock?
Come on, Sean, Toa.
Hey, how you doing, bro? Nah, I'll yield, man. I ain't trying to get smashed on the Shabbat, brother.
I'm Brock, though. Hey, one day, it had to be the one day, you know. I'll be calling y'all one day. It'll be live.
Come on, listen, man. I gotta get some of that strong in me, man. You know, yeah, then I'll be ready for thou.
Ready worlds, right? So speaking of, we got a salute from her sister Rashwan. She said, Yahweh Shamar Ilatah. So for all of you sisters that's learning, that's listening right now, Yahweh Shamar Ilatah. All right, is Yahweh Shamar watch I'll Atah. Yahweh watch over you. So the sister said Yahweh Shamar Alatah to HOM, House of Maharaka. All right, do we have Kodash Yalad? She said peaceful worlds. All right. So salute to the House of Maharaka. All right, to the Akwatian, to the sisters, and for the again to the new Israelite families that's watching. You're not alone. Submit. Go to Army of Israel. All right, and I'll share the link and all that good stuff. All right, Mahar, you got anything before we start reading the Torah to the people?
Nah, man, I'm really gonna go over some of the wisdom in the scriptures and stuff like that, fruits of the spirit, certain things like that, you know, which is all commandments, you know what I'm saying? And you know, we need it, you know what I'm saying? We all need it, right? So just stand firm, man, you know what I'm saying? We gonna do those classes we supposed to be doing, you know what I'm saying, on Black Lightning spirits. And I got that book right here. I got that book. You know what I'm saying? I was talking about, wow, all right there. That 39 worlds, brother. Yeah.
That's it. Looking forward to it. All right, everybody. Well, salute to the Elder Maharaka. All right, we're gonna have about 3 minutes. We'll have about a 3-minute little break. We're gonna play some Tazadak Nagayana, some righteous music, and then we're gonna come back with the Torah portion reading. Okay. So this song is one of my favorite songs. Again, it's Malika Norwood. Okay, it's the humility song. All right, and I used to be wicked. I ain't gonna stop. Real wicked. I used to be a really wicked dude, man. I listened to a lot of wicked music, you know. And now to this day, Yahweh, he's giving me, you know, a different vibration. All right, so this is the link to the song right here. All right, we're gonna go ahead and play that. And if anybody wants it, it'll be in the back chat. All right, Kwame Ashrala, 7 minutes. All right, in 7 minutes, we'll read the Torah. All right, we'll see who can hang in there. All right, Kwame Ashrala.
I wish I knew what I know now.
How's that sound? Put a 7 in the room if it's good. Put a 3 in the room if it's too low. We want to introduce the people to righteous music. Hallelujah. Especially on the Sabbath day.
But I pray, take my hand, protect my heart, hide me in the shadow of your wing. Like a child, see purity in my eyes. Allow me to sit at your feet. Hear me. Hear me. Show me your ways, teach me your paths. I'm yielding to your will. Your loving commitment will endow me, surround me in my coming and my going. Cleanse me, purge me. I want to be white as snow, so I may testify of your love to those in search of you. Show me the way you desire truth. The inward parts you make me know you. Take my hand, casting all my cares. Refresh me with the waters of life. Like a child crying softly, forgive me. Allow me to approach your throne. Know me, yeah. Know me. Have mercy upon me, O Elohim, according to your loving kindness. According unto the multitude of your tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against you only have I sinned, and done this evil in your sight, that you might be justified when you speak, and be clear when you judge. Behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, you desire truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden part you shall make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow.
And that's the prayer.
Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which you have broken may rejoice. Hide your face from my sins, and blot out all mine iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O Elohim, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from your presence, and take not your Holy Spirit from me. Restore unto me the joy of your salvation, and uphold me with your free spirit. Then will I teach transgressors your ways, and sinners shall be converted unto you. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O Elohim, the Elohim of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of your righteousness. O Yahuwah, open up my lips, and my mouth shall show forth your praise. For you desire not sacrifice, else I would give it. You delight not in burnt offering. The sacrifices of Elohim are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart. O Elohim, you will not despise. Do good in your good pleasure unto Zion. Build you the walls of Jerusalem. Then shall you be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offering and whole burnt offering. Then shall they offer bullocks upon thine altar.
Hallelujah. 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 Yeah, that song's amazing. All right, so let's go ahead and jump right into it. We're going to get started with the Torah portion reading officially. All right. And again, I know it's not easy to do, but for those who can focus, for those who do focus, for those who desire to hear Yahweh's truth, you know, this word is here for us. This word is here for us to hear. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. All right. This week's Torah portion reading. We're going to again, Khan, very beautiful song. All right, again, this week's Torah portion reading. We're going to begin with the book of Bara'ash Yath, in beginnings. Bara'ash Yath is Genesis. Bara'ash, beginning. Yath, plural, feminine. Bara'ash Yath, in beginnings. All right, so Bara'ash Yath, and from last week's Torah portion recap, what we seen was our grandfather, Jacob, was brokenhearted because why? Because he thought that his son, all right, which nobody, you know, should have to go through that. But we've had to in our lives, you know. But he thought that his son was dead, you know. He thought that Joseph was passed away. And it's something that I've seen too with the Torah portion. There's always something relative that happens, you know. Joseph's brothers was hating on him. Maybe last week your brothers was hating on you. you know, it's always something relative that happens within the Torah portion. All right. So I'm gonna get started and we're gonna do a screen share. Okay. So our screen share, we're gonna be able to read the Torah together. And we'll start with yeah, I know that's a very nice song. Yeah, every day is a new gift from Yahweh, you know. Absolutely. All right. Now, I want to give everybody a chance. All right, so if you are studying, if you're reading with us, go to the book of Genesis chapter 47. Genesis chapter 47. There's going to be so much more than, you know, the Sunday school lessons that we learned, okay? All right, now as we get ready to read, we're going to change the vibration of the Nagayana, all right? Because we're going to go into study mode music now, okay? We're going to go into study music, all right? All right. So Genesis chapter 47. I think I lost my brother Masha. He was on with me, but most times he'll join back in later. So Genesis chapter 47, and as you all see on the screen, we're going to read Genesis 47, and we're going to read through chapter 50, verse 26. So that's 4 chapters. I know your pastor failed you back in the day. That's why we say fire your pastors. Them niggas lying. Fire your pastors is like out of work right now because the real truth tellers have stepped up. Now the real men and the real women of Yahweh have stepped up, and now we're telling the truth throughout the 4 corners of the earth. So fire your pastors, all right? They haven't been telling the truth. So what we're going to do is now we're going to learn and teach the Torah, which is the first 5 books of the Bible. We're going to read and teach the Torah to our people, okay? So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start with the book of Genesis chapter 47. And you may have heard this in your Sunday school lesson, but I guarantee you never heard it from an Israelite perspective, all right? So Genesis chapter 47, I'm going to start at verse 1, and it reads, Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said, My father and my brethren and their flocks and their herds and all that they have are come out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen. Now, it's very important for everybody to understand what's going on here. Hey, Shalom, my brother Masha just came back in. I'm going to add him back to the stream. All right, brother Masha just came back in. Shalom, Mark.
Sure. All right. I was adding folks to our live.
Okay, hallelujah. All right. Thank the water for that. So what we see is Joseph is the main character in this week's Torah portion. Now, for those of you who don't know, Joseph is the father of the Boricua. All right. Joseph is the father of the Taino Indians. All right. There's a race of people called Taino Indians. There's a race of people who call themselves by the name Boricua, Borican. And you may not have known this, but the people call themselves today Boricua, Borican. All right. Let me just give you a visual. Let us give you a visual. All right. Here's the word right here. Boricua. Boricua, papi, Boricua, papi, chulo. What they say, Borican. All right. All right. This is an image. This is a coquito frog. Coqui? I think it's coqui. I might be getting mixed up with the Puerto Rican drink because I've been having this Puerto Rican drink. I'm getting mixed up, but the coquito, all right, it's coqui, yeah, the coqui frog, okay? It makes this beautiful sound when you're in Puerto Rico. All right, forget this picture, all right? The picture, only thing that we want to pay attention to is the flag. You may have seen this flag. You might have seen this flag hanging from your coworker's rear view mirror. You might have seen this flag. You're like, oh, you know what? I've seen that before. This is the image of the people of the land of Puerto Rico. Now, the people of the land of Puerto Rico are the tribe of Ephraim. Bear with me. The tribe of Ephraim are the children of the man whose name is Joseph in the Bible. Now, the sad part about it is whenever you're looking at Puerto Rico, Puerto Rican, Boricua, Borican, you usually get these light-skinned, overly bright people, you know, but the reality of it is this is whitewashing. The original Boricua, Borican, Taino Indians look more like this brother right here. Dark skin, Negro in feature. But then when you pull up Puerto Rico, dark skin, Negro in feature, you have a place, Luis, Puerto Rico. You have a place called Luisa. And when you go to Luisa, Puerto Rico, which was a place that me and the family went to, me and the Mashpacha went to, you have Israelites that look like this. But see, what happened was Puerto Rico went through a whitewashing to where Edomites, Europeans, Caucasians, when they moved to Puerto Rico, they knew it was a beautiful island. They became integrators, right? So the people of Puerto Rico went from looking like this to looking like this. All right. Now, this is something that happens with the 12 tribes of Israel. All right. So you'll type in Puerto Rico and you'll get this. But in reality, the people of Puerto Rico look like this. So Israel are different shades of brown. When we're talking about Joseph in the Bible, when we're talking about the Taino, T-A-I-N-O, the Taino Indians, we're looking at women that look like this world. All right. This is like a famous Puerto Rico Taino picture just because you put two and two together. But the Taino Indians, also we have a sister that's a part of our community named Amath. You know, she would be considered to be a part of the Tainos also because the Tainos were in the Caribbean, not saying that she was a Puerto Rican. All right. But because the Tainos were the people considered of the Caribbeans. Now, this is what happened. You had the Taino Israelites. These people in this image spoke Hebrew. Then you had the European colonizers, all right, which in the Bible we call Europeans, Caucasians, we call them Edomites. The Edomites came and they slaughtered, all right, they murdered the Taino Indians. They murdered the so-called Puerto Ricans. And when you look at the name Puerto Rican, you have the name Port of Riches. So when somebody calls themselves, I'm Puerto Rican, what they're saying is I'm from the Port of Riches, which in a way is a super offensive term to call oneself. And the reason being is because if you're saying I'm the Port of Riches, then what you're saying is that I am that people that was the riches that was sold from this port. So I wouldn't call myself a Puerto Rican no more than I would call myself an African American, because both of these are derogatory terms that's put on the people that were called Israelites. Now, as we know, Christopher Columbus, he was a rapist, he was a murderer. Christopher Columbus was, there's a beautiful song about Christopher Columbus by Twinkle Brothers, all right? Christopher Columbus is a damn blasted liar, all right? That's how that song. Christopher Columbus is a blasted liar. All right. And for those of you who know me, y'all know I'm big on music. I love music. Nagayana, how we say in Hebrew. I love Nagayana. You know, I love Tazadak Nagayana, righteous music. So Christopher Columbus did a song. The Twinkle Brothers did a song calling Christopher Columbus a damn blasted liar. You know, because they give him reverence, and all he did was rape, rob, murder, destroy. That's why we say that Esau is the devil that the Bible speaks of, because that's what they do. They come, they rape, rob, murder, they destroy. They take away the true culture of the true people and then say, this is our land. But the Taino Indians was here first. So when we're reading about Joseph, let's go back to Genesis chapter 47, verse 1. When we're reading about Joseph, we're reading about the father of the Dominicans and the father of the Puerto Ricans, all right? And we say that because they fit the criteria of the curses that was put on the children of Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, all right? So when you read about Joseph, think about those people. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said, my father and my brethren and their flocks and their herds and all that they have are come out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen. Verse 2. And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. Now, if you know about the Egyptian culture, the Egyptians was uppity. They was bougie. They was super bougie. They was snobby. Right? They had the, you know, and Negroes that be repping Egyptology in Egypt, quit it. Stop it. We're not Egyptians. The Egyptians sold us into slavery. The Egyptians treated us in hard bondage. All right. The Egyptians made the same Israelites who built the White House in America. The same Negroes that went to slavery in America, we're the same descendants of those Negroes that was in slavery in Egypt. So these uppity Egyptians, all right, who Yahweh gave us favor with at this time, they was too good to touch animals. They were too good to cut them open and to, you know, do the hard labor. They were snobby. So Joseph knew what he was doing when he told Pharaoh, he said, my father and my brothers with all of their animals have come into the land called Goshen. But really, that's not what happened. Joseph told his father and his brother, and he was like, y'all come into the land. I'm going to give you the land of Goshen. See, Goshen would have been considered the suburbs, the out of the way, the part of the town, the part of the city that's way out in the country, while Egypt would have been the city, the metropolis, where everything was popping at. See, that's where the Egyptians wanted to be in. They wanted to be in the midst of everything, to where our people, we wanted to be on the outskirts. Leave me alone. If I want to, I can go into the city, but I got everything I need right out here in the country. Being out here on the outskirts, yo, I got less drama. I got less stress. I got less strife, less gunshots. Being in the city, you got everything going on. So Joseph knew what he was doing when he told the president, Pharaoh, when he told the president, my brothers came into the land. But in reality, Joseph had already set it up. He was like, y'all go over here. But when he talked to Pharaoh, he said they came into it, right? So it's a setup. Now watch this. Verse 3. And Pharaoh said unto his brethren, so the president is approaching. When you're hearing Joseph's brethren, these are our uncles. If you are a Negro, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominican, North American Indian, if you are Haitian descent, the people from Guatemala, down in Uruguay, if you are the people that the Israelites have went through the curses and suffered up under, these are our uncles. This is not a fairy tale book. This is a history book. So Pharaoh said unto his brethren, our uncles, he said, what is your occupation? What do you do for a living? And they said unto Pharaoh, thy servants are shepherds, both we and our fathers. Hey, Pharaoh, you know, all we know how to do is take care of animals. Now, is that the truth? The reality of it is we were warlords. The reality of it is once you study the annals of what the Israelites did, Jacob's sons ransacked. What do they say? Ransacked? I don't know how they pronounce it. We went through and towed the towns up. Now, we were shepherds. We were herdsmen. Our fathers dug wells. But the reality of it is Jacob's sons, the 11 sons, because Joseph was already sold in slavery, they was going through having wars with Hamites, tearing their towns up. And during the time of the famine, when this happened, Pharaoh didn't know about it. Pharaoh was like, what do y'all do? But when you go and read certain Israelite annals, Israelite historical documents, you find out that our forefathers was going through wreck and shop. But when we talk to the president, when we talk to Pharaoh, our forefathers was like, we farmers. Hey, you know what? We take care of, we shovel doo-doo. That's what we do. Oh yeah, we just shear the sheep. We just take the beef and we just set it to the side. We just sit back with a piece of straw in our mouth with our hat tilted up under a tree. That's what we do, Pharaoh. But there's more to the story on finding out how did our forefathers really got down. Why do you think Israelite? Why do you think we got so much scrap in us? Why do you think like we can look at a situation and figure it out while other people still over there like, well, I guess if I take section A and if I fold it over to section B, I might be able to put it in the box and transfer it. Now, by then we've been unmoved and got the problem solved. There's more to the story when you're learning about you being an Israelite. But let's see what our uncle said, our fathers. What is your occupation? And they said unto Pharaoh, thy servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. They said, moreover, unto Pharaoh, for to sojourn in the land are we come. We're here just to visit, because the famine is so bad where we were. We're just here to visit. And we found our brother Joseph. Now watch this. For thy servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now, therefore, we pray thee, let thy servants dwell in the land of Goshen. Elder, president, do you mind if we stay out in the suburbs? We'll stay out y'all way. And Pharaoh spake unto Joseph, saying, thy father and thy brethren are come unto thee, and the land of Egypt is before thee. In the best of the land, make thy father and thy brethren to dwell in the land of Goshen. Let them dwell. So even though Pharaoh gave us any parts, we could have moved into the downtown area. We could have moved into the suburbs right outside of downtown. We could have went into the newly renovated gentrification part of the city. We could have went anywhere in the city. But what did our forefathers choose to do? Our forefathers chose to dwell on the outskirts. Because whatever them Hamites was going to be doing, we ain't going to have nothing to do with that. Plus, Joseph knew that there was a major famine that was still going on. And if we were on the outskirts, we would have what we need. While they would be in the city. Y'all keep this in mind too, Israelites. It's going to get bad again soon. Just like in the Egyptian time frame, when there was a famine in the land. Hey, Masha, can you get Exodus? Can you get 2nd Ezra chapter 15, Baba Kushah? 2nd Ezra chapter 15, Baba Kushah.
15.
So during the time frame of there being a terrible famine in the land, there's going to be the same thing that happened then as is going to happen in the future. And I encourage all of you, 2nd Ezra chapter 15. Now, if you don't know that book, then we encourage you. Matter of fact, I'll copy and I'll send a link to you all. I'll send a link, and all you got to do, we do all the hard work for you. We do all the homework for you. And all you got to do is just go back and research and look it up for yourself. All right, 2nd Ezra chapter 15. Okay, you got that, Masha?
Is it Exodus or is it Exodus chapter 15 or
2nd Ezra chapter 15?
Oh, second. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, no sweat. So what we see is that just like in the time frame of the famine, if you're on the inside of a city, things are going to go bad. And it's never, listen, there's never going to be a time to where you're on the inside of a city and everybody start losing food. Everybody, y'all seen what it's like when the Walmarts get shut down, when the Krogers get, I remember one time they had closed down food stamps. I ain't heard from one of my sisters in a long time. Sister hit me up. She was like, is it the end of the world? I said, why you say that? I said, what's going on now? In my head, I already know, like, it's not the end yet. We got plenty of more stuff to go to. We got plenty more stuff to go through. So she was like, is it the end of the world? I was like, why you say that? She was like, they cut off everybody's food stamps. I was like, oh, really? That sister thought it was the end of the world because food stamps was temporarily shut down. But she's seen how the people were reacting in the cities. And I'm going to tell y'all, when great famine comes, if you're in the city, that's going to be the worst place because now you have people that's close to each other. Now you got neighbors that never really liked each other. They're going to be going into other people's houses. They're going to be fighting each other. And you got some people that love living in the city. Kudos for you. But me, I like to be on the outskirts, and then I'll come in the city when I want to. You got 2 Ezra chapter 15 up?
Let's see, I'm about to set,
yes, 2 Ezra chapter 15, and everybody, we're going to start at verse 10. So 2 Ezra chapter 15, and for those of you who are watching on the screen, Masha is going to read for us. And Masha, if you don't mind, King, start at verse 10.
Behold, my people is led as a flock to the slaughter.
Stop right there. So the Most High says, my people are led as a flock to the what?
To the slaughter.
Excellent. So when an animal gets ready to be slaughtered, it don't know it's about to be slaughtered. Well, some of them do because these food corporations are so terrible. They just, oh my goodness. Which, you know, I can really see what a lot of Israelites are saying when they talk about being vegan because the animals are afraid. And they, so in a righteous sense, you know, an animal really isn't aware when it's about to be slaughtered. You know, in a righteous sense, you know, it's not aware. But behold, Yahweh says, my people is led as a flock. So Yahweh is equivalating the children of Israel, us. He says, my people, you on the other end of that camera, all right? Your children, your parents. Yahweh said we are led away from our land, from Israel, from Jerusalem, as a flock to the slaughter. Go ahead.
Let me see. I will not suffer them not. Let me start over. I will not suffer them now to dwell in the land of Egypt.
So you see that Yahweh equivalates America and different places of captivity to Egypt. Egypt was a place of slaughter. Egypt was a place of slavery. America was a place of slavery. And I know some of you Negroes love America so much, you just don't know what to do. You got a red, white, and blue flag tattooed on your back. You love America so much. This is our flag, red, purple, and blue. This is what you find in the Bible. Blue, purple, and scarlet. You find these 3 holy colors. You find this symbol, the menorah. You find these names, these 12 tribe stones. This is what's in the Bible. And the ones who captured you, what they did was red, purple, and blue is what the Most High gave us. They took away the purple and they made it white, red, white, and blue. So they didn't even do nothing original. They just changed the royal purple to the color white. And some of you love America so much, you're going to have to face the judgment of being stuck here in America when the destruction comes. So when Joseph knew to put his family on the outskirts in Egypt, that's because he knew stuff was going to get crazy on the inner cities. And he also knew if my people on the outskirts, then they'll be protected. And Yahweh had us on the outskirts all the way through the time of Moses, all the way through the time of when the plagues came on Egypt. You know, the story you heard as a little kid when it was fire coming down from the sky and the water turned into blood and there was frogs. You know, the story from the Joseph cartoon that you watched, but you never really read the Bible and heard the true story. Yeah, that one. In that story, we were always on the outskirts. Hey, Masha, go down to verse 15, Baba Kusha.
Con, for the sword and their destruction enduring nigh.
That's right. Come on.
And one people should stand up and fight against another.
So it's going to be like that in the cities. One people are going to stand up and fight against another. Come on.
And swords in their hands.
Today, the modern day sword is a gun. Today, the modern day sword is a firearm. Everybody's going to be outside the houses, you know, rifles on their porch. We only got 6 packs of ramen noodles. Blah, 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 blah. You can't have none of my moldy bread. Blah, 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 blah. That's what it's going to be again. But let's read. Come on, verse 16.
For there should be sedition among men.
Come on.
And advancing one another.
So there should be sedition among men and invading one another. So once you're in the cities, and I want you all to really think about this. This is a future prophecy. This is a future prophecy, and the prophecies in the Bible, they've happened. So why wouldn't I pay attention to the Bible if the past prophecies have already happened? So we got to pay attention to this prophecy too. He said, for there shall be sedition among men. That's fighting in the streets. And we've seen some of this stuff happen in America already. You know, when George Floyd was murdered, not killed, because there's a difference between being killed and murdered. When George Floyd was murdered, when Trayvon Martin was murdered, call these devils out on what they're doing. It's not a killing. It's an execution. It's a murder. Stop saying another police killing, another black person was killed. No, not at all. If I fell out of my bed and broke my neck, I died. If I was in a car accident and it was an innocent situation and the car ran off the road, I was killed in a car crash. If an officer of the so-called law shoots me, I was murdered. So there's a difference between killing and murdering. In both cases, the person dies. It just depends on how the person dies. So stop calling what they're doing to us killings and shootings. They're murders and executions. And you got to stop loving these Gentile enemies like they're your best friends and your buddies, because as soon as they go on a rampage and go into a grocery store in New York and start busting and letting loose, and you can see from the camera, he's targeting Israelites. Then you'll remember.
Now they got robots.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I said, now they got robots to kill us now.
Exactly. And they're passing laws. They're passing laws in California for the bomb squad robots to be able to be armed and murder us. See, remember, Masha, the word is murder, not killing. There is a difference. But you brought up a great point. Now they're working on, you can look that up. There's a law that's being passed in California to murder people with robots. Let's read this, though. But watch this. We're going to get back to the Torah. Watch this. Verse 16. For there shall be sedition among men and invading one another. Go ahead, Masha.
They should not regard their kings,
come on, nor
prince.
So they're not going to regard kings nor princes. This means at this time frame, the police ain't going to matter. Ain't gonna be like, you can call 911. No, you can't. Because during this time frame, ain't gonna be 911 gonna be trying to call 911. Go ahead.
And the course of their actions should stand in their powers.
So for whatever power they have the ability to do, whether it's a huge pickup truck and a whole bunch of friends on the back with rifles, that's what they're gonna do. Whatever power or ability they have to be able to murder people at that time, that's what they're going to do. Come on, read.
Let me see, verse 17. And man should desire to go into a city and should not be able.
So you're going to be stuck. People are going to be stuck on the outskirts. People are going to be stuck on the inside of the cities. Joseph knew this. So what Joseph did was he said, okay, listen, brothers, when I introduce y'all to the president, Pharaoh, hey, Abba is how you say father. Hey, Abba, when I introduce you to the president, tell the president, Pharaoh, that you are a shepherd. All we do is work with animals. We don't cut no wood. We ain't about to be doing the layout of the land. We ain't trying to do the infrastructure. Y'all don't want no government jobs. Listen, y'all are going to get the best welfare system ever. And that's exactly what happened. See, our uncle Joseph was vice president. He literally gave us the best welfare ever. And once you read the Torah, once we get to you're going to see, dang, Joseph had us on welfare. Joseph had us on food stamps, on assistance. Joseph had us on grain food stamp assistance. But you got to understand how the layout happened. All right. Verse 18, Baba Kasha.
Go. Let me see. Verse 18. For because of their pride, the city should be troubled.
Come on.
The houses should be destroyed.
Come on.
And men should be afraid.
Who shall be afraid?
Men.
Women only.
Men.
Children only.
Men.
You got to think about that. And you got all of these single mothers, single women. No, I don't need no man. Men get on my nerves and all that. No, listen. You're gonna realize you need a man once it boils down to the time frame. You got to stand on your own, because I'm gonna tell y'all something. The Most High made the man to be the covering over the woman. The women who's trying to operate on their own and I don't need no man. I don't want to submit. I ain't about to cook. Can't no man control me. All the other stuff to the lake of fire for you. You're going to have your portion, because Yahweh made a structure. It's God, his son, man, woman, child. That scripture literally says men shall be afraid in that time frame. So what our father Joseph did was, our father said, look, this is going to happen. I know that if y'all on the outskirts, the Egyptians, they like to be on the inskirts. I'm going to put y'all on the outside. And we just read that because we want y'all to keep it in mind also. This time ain't even happened yet to the degree that it's going to happen in America. But trust and believe, it's coming. And it ain't going to be by us. We ain't the ones that want to start no war. We just want to be in Goshen and be in peace. Give us our house. Give us our apartments, our 40 acres and our mule. Give us our food stamps. Give us our Section 8. Leave us alone. But you got other people that live in this country with us also that want to be instigators of violence. And their wrath ain't over. So keep that in mind, you daughters of Israel, you men of Israel. Yahweh still has a judgment that's coming where it says the men shall be afraid. People are going to run up in other people's houses. Hold on. Let's read a couple more verses from that before we go back to Genesis. Okay. All right. Let's finish verse 19. Verse 19 is a kick in the teeth. Verse 19. You got that?
A man should have no pity.
Wait. A man shall have what?
No pity.
What?
Should have no pity.
So you think about that, you women. It says that there's going to be invading in other people's houses. You live as a community, you die alone. So I said that to say, as a community, we can stand together. Alone, your chances are slim. The scripture says two are better than one, and a three-cord strand is not easily broken. So if there's two of us working together, that's even better than one. And if there's three of us working together, that's even better than two.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. So the scripture says what? A man shall have no pity upon who?
Upon neighbors.
Upon neighbor. Like, yo, we literally live next door to each other. You gonna come and hurt me? You gonna come and rob me? Yeah. During that time, that's how they're gonna be. It says a man shall have no pity upon his neighbor. Come on.
Let me see. But shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods.
Come on.
Because of the lack of bread and for great tribulation.
You see that? You see that, children of Israel? For bread. Now, during the siege of Jerusalem, this did happen. The time of Jacob's trouble is coming where this is going to happen again. Our uncle, Yahweh Sop, let's go back to Genesis chapter 47. We got a lot to learn today. And like we said, this ain't for the weak. So if you study all the time, if you listen all the time, people that know me, they know I like playing the video game. It helps me to clear my mind. I can be a Israelite pirate on a boat going to a plantation, freeing other Israelite slaves. And while I'm doing that, I'll have the volume turned all the way down and I'll be listening to scriptures and I'll memorize what I'm hearing because this is the word. Or I can go over to my library right here to the left of me, my library. I can pull up the books. I can say, well, hey, Lord, this is what we're reading. We got this information. We got this information from our handy dandy Bible. Okay. Everything that we're reading is from the Bible. When we just read 2nd Esdras and we clicked on that other link over here, 2nd Esdras, this is in the Bible. It's just that some of us have never seen it. Some of us have never read it. Our pastors didn't show it to us. It's in the Bible. And the funny part about it is it's always been here Second Ezra, chapter 15. It's in the Bible. The Bible is the coldest book in the world because it can reform a gangster into a minister. It can reform a whore into a daughter of Sarah. The Bible can reform our hearts. And once you know what the Bible says, once you know what it says about you, it'll change you. And if it don't change you, then you just destined to die. If you ain't willing to change for the word of Yahweh, then lake of fire is your portion. You must like super hot baths. Okay. I don't like my showers too hot. So anywho, the point of saying such is to say all of this information is in the Bible. You can't lose if you just take a moment and rest on the Sabbath day, study on the Sabbath, learn on the Sabbath, change the music you listen to. If you go on to work and you listening to thotty, body, rabby, music, if you listening to that, then that's what you are in soul. It don't matter when you get out your car, what you look like. It don't matter what, no, if that's what you listening to, then that's what you are, because that's what you feed in your soul. But if you listening to things that feed your soul, something spiritual, something righteous, something set apart, and that's what you're going to slowly, gradually become. All right. And this is from a reformed, I am a born again man. I used to be dummy wicked, and I'm not. My brother Masha, he used to be a man in the streets too, and Yahweh reformed him. Masha, bro, y'all listen, y'all might think it's all sweet, but Masha come from a real family. He come from a real family with a real background, and he got a real big brother. I'll just leave it at that. And Masha was real in that life too. And Yahweh made him a new man. Okay. Khan. And we say the Wadi Yahweh for that. The Wadi Yahweh. And so Yahweh do it for you too. So let's get back to this real quick. So I'm going to read just to get us caught up a little bit. So we're in the book of, let's go back to the Torah portion. So Genesis chapter 47 and verse 6, and we're going to read down. Verse 6. The land of Egypt is before thee. Remember those that's paying attention. This is Pharaoh talking to our uncle Joseph. In the best of the land, make thy father and thy brethren to dwell. In the land of Goshen, let them dwell. See how Joseph set us up? Joseph set us up. He was like, look, I'm going to put us on the outskirts. All right. And we just read what happens in the inner city when things go bad. And now watch this. This is what the president said to Joseph. And then we'll see how Joseph further set up his family. Watch. And if thou knowest any man of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle. Let me ask you a question, Masha. You ready for this question, Masha?
Come on.
Does the president have a hoopty, a bucket car, or does the president have a really nice car?
Got the best of the best.
The best of the best. Does the president have a little weak jet propeller, airplane? Or what kind of airplane does the president have?
He got a jet.
Does he have the weakest or he has the best?
He got a big old plane. Better than any plane. He got better than any plane you can think of.
I think the president has a very great plane. So check this out, Masha. Do you think the president, Pharaoh, had some little measly weak animals, or do you think he had good animals?
He had the strongest of strong.
He had the strongest of the strong. So check this out, Masha, and everybody that's listening on the other end. Our grandparents, our uncles, our father, Jacob, received the president's animals. It wasn't like Pharaoh was like, hey, you know what? Y'all can have them up. No, Pharaoh was like, y'all take care of my stuff. Do y'all see the setup? See, look, that's how we got to be with each other too. If I work in children's services, I'm going to make sure that my people are straight. I'm going to make sure everybody is straight. I'm going to be fair and even and just. If I'm a counselor and I'm administering food stamps, and I'm saying, okay, well, you know what? I forgot what that's called. What's that called? Like a caseworker for job.
Yeah,
right. If I'm a caseworker for Job and Family Services, I'm gonna make sure my people are fed. Don't y'all know that other nations do that too? So this is exactly what Joseph did. He made sure we had the best of the land, and he set it all up. We gotta think like that for each other. This is mashpacha. mashpacha. What's mashpacha mean, Masha?
Family.
This is family, Israel. This is mashpacha. You got to have mashpacha thinking. Don't be thinking like crumbs. No crumbs. No mediocre. Don't be mediocre. No mediocre. I think that's how you say it. I don't remember. But no mediocre. Don't think like crumbs. Think like, you know what? It's a cake over there. I don't need to eat the cake because I know the cake baker. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find out a way to get my brother a job in the kitchen. And when I get him a job in the kitchen, you know, I'm going to hook him up with the baker, and the baker is going to give him that cake and not just the crumbs. And then I'm going to keep talking to the cake baker to have the cake baker to make more cakes to give to my family. See, we got to think on a broader scale. And that's exactly what Joseph did. Now, this is another reason why the Puerto Rican, the Boricua people, the Manasseh, the Simeonite people, all right, from the tribe of Simeon, all right, no, Simeon, Ephraim and Manasseh. This is why the tribe of Manasseh and the tribe of Ephraim, they also have that favor, they have that blessing, all right. The Dominican, all right, Dominican Republic, the Puerto Rican people, because they're the children of Joseph, and they work wonderfully together. And Negroes, us here in the Northern Kingdom slavery, because we're in the North, you know, we're not in bonds and chains and whips anymore, but we have mental chains on our mind. We got to go back and read, how did our father Joseph, how did our uncle Joseph, what was his mentality? And we can have the same mentality. How much better if we learn how to work with the Tainos, if we learn how to work with our brothers from Guatemala, from Mexico, from Puerto Rico, instead of turning up our face at them, instead of, oh man, y'all, you know, instead of, don't be like that. Be like, you an Israelite, I'm an Israelite. I got your back. You got my back. And once that language barrier is done, once that looking each other in the face, and you got that, you know that everything is good. Once that connection is there, now we're growing as a nation. See, it's all about the Israelite wake up. Okay, stop looking at the so-called Mexican across the street or next door to you, and look at their children like your nephews and your nieces, because they are. Look at them like they're your cousins, because they are. Verse 6, let's read this again. Verse 6, the land of Egypt is before thee, and the best of the land. Make thy fathers and thy brethren to dwell in the land of Goshen. Let them dwell. And if thou knowest any man of activity among them, make them rulers over my cattle. Let's see who Joseph said. And Joseph brought in Jacob, his father. How about that, Masha? How about that? As the Elder Barak would say, Elder Barak from HODC, he'd say, how about that? How about that, Masha? What you think about that?
Hey, that's the greatest of the greatest.
That, man, what greater gift is there than to take your father? That Joseph was away from his father at the age of 17. He was sold into slavery. All right, in his late 30s, if not early 40s, he's reunited with his father, and he gives his father the best of the land, the best of the president's animals. Joseph could have said, yeah, you know what? My father's an old man, and I don't want to stress him out. And me and my homie, we cool, so I'm going to hook my homie. No, Joseph said, I know somebody. And Joseph brought in Jacob, his father, and set him before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. See?
The greatest gift ever.
Say it again.
I said the greatest gift ever.
I agree.
Can you get no better gift as that?
I agree. And we see that the children of Israel had a habit of doing this. See, before we were separated in our mind, we looked out for each other. Now you got two women of our same nationality who can't work together because they're so jealous, or they're so devious, or they're so stuck in their own head. They can't get, you got two men of the same nationality who can't get past doctrines. He say Yahuwah, he say Yahweh. We can't work. We can't think like that. We can't think like that. We have to know how to work together. Let's get another example. Let's get the book of Exodus, Masha, real quick. We'll get Exodus chapter 2. And we're going to see another example. And for everybody that's looking, we got it pulled up on the screen. Exodus chapter 2. We're going to see that Miriam did the same. Miriam is the sister of Moses. Because guess what? Moses' sister, Miriam, had a government job. She works. That's why I got a problem with lazy women. Oh, lazy women just irk my nerves. Lazy men irk my nerves, but lazy women irk my nerves even worse. And I'm gonna tell y'all why. Because Proverbs chapter 31 tell us about how women are supposed to be. If you call yourself a woman, you all this and all that, you know all that. Listen, if you ain't a Proverbs 31 woman, you ain't worthy of a real man. You ain't worthy of an Israelite man. You're not. Just because you can do, you know, certain things doesn't make you an actual, you know. The point of saying that is to say, women, go to Proverbs chapter 31. Really study and go down a checklist and say, you know what? I need to get this. I need to get this. If you find something that's in you, if it's not good, ask Yahweh to take it out of you. Ask Yahweh to replace things. You feel me? Ask Yahweh to put things inside of you. Because I did the same thing with myself with 1 Corinthians chapter 13. And 1 Corinthians chapter 13 is like a love chapter, right? Love is this, love is not this. And I found out I had some stuff inside of me, and I still do. We all do. But if you go down the scriptures and you see Yahweh gave a criteria to help you become better, follow that criteria. Follow it, and you will grow. All right. A Proverbs chapter 31 woman, she's going to take care of not only her husband first, she's going to take care of her family. No women's children should ever come before their husband. All right. If you're a woman and you put your children before your husband, you are not a Proverbs 31 woman. You are an imposter. You're just a person who knows what Proverbs 31 says. If you're an Israelite woman, if you're a woman and you don't put your husband first, if you don't put your children second, if you don't put first, it's Yahweh. Then it's Yahweh Shai. Then it's your husband. Then it's your children. Okay. And the Israelite woman, she gets her reward in the end. Israelite men, we get our reward in the end. And some people want instant gratification. So you have to bear in there. You got to stay strong, sisters. All right. You can do it because we seen Miriam. She did it. Miriam did the same thing that Joseph did. All right. Exodus chapter 2, verse 1. Read that real quick.
Exodus verse 2. Exodus chapter 2, verse 1. And there went a man of the house of Levi and took to wife a daughter of Levi.
Okay, so stop. So the objective is to say, we know that this was a Levite family. So if any of you have Haitian family members, if your father's Haitian, then you can label yourself a Levite because the Haitians went through the curses that the tribe of Levi went through, okay? So now let's skip down to verse 5. So this was a Levite family. Let's see what they did. Chapter 2, verse 5.
Exodus chapter 2, verse 5. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river.
Come on.
And her maiden walk along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the flask, she sent her maid to fetch it.
Fetch it. So we know what's going on. This is Pharaoh's daughter. So remember, we said Miriam had a government job. Moses' sister worked for Pharaoh's daughter. So Yahweh always put us in position, but what will you do with your position? All right. So let's see. So verse 6, come on.
And when she had opened it, she saw the child. And behold, the babe weep.
Come on.
And she had compassion on him.
Come on.
And said, this is one of the Hebrews' children.
So Pharaoh's daughter recognized, and that we see the word wept, W-E-P-T. So we see the babe wept, and the Pharaoh's daughter, she had compassion. Like this is a little crying baby, but she recognized. She said, "This is a Hebrew child." Why? Because Israelite children and Hamite children don't look the same. I was talking to a woman from Ghana yesterday or the day before yesterday, and she was going through with me the different names of how they say God and Yahweh and how they say Yahweh Shai in the Guyanese language, and she was also explaining to me about the year of return, how the people of Ghana are apologetic for selling us into slavery. And that woman told me she knows there's a difference between Israelites and Africans. She's like, because I am African. I said, am I African? She said, no. I was like, yes. I was like, how am I? I was like, you're right. I am not an African. I am an Israelite. And there's the difference between. So it's funny because you have some Negroes who want to call themselves Africans. But Africans ain't calling us Africans. I told that woman, I said, I'm from the diaspora. I'm from the children that was sold into slavery. And she was straight up, you're not African. You got that right. I'm not an African. I'm an Israelite from the tribe of Judah.
Judah.
Fourth tribe, Judah. That's right. So for the other nations to know it, that's powerful. We got to recognize it. So she said, this is one of the Hebrews' children. Now, watch what happens. Verse 7. Read that real quick.
Verse 7. Let me see. Then say his sister to Pharaoh, daughter, shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew woman?
Come on.
That she may nurse the child for thee.
Come on.
Verse 8. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go. And the maid went and called the child's mother.
Hallelujah. So Miriam did the same thing that Joseph did. Joseph went and got his. Pharaoh said, you know anybody that can take care of my animals? Joseph was like, hold up. Went and got his father. Pharaoh's daughter said to Miriam, she said, you know anybody that can feed this baby? Miriam was like, hold up. Went and got her mother. You see? So the beauty of it is that we've always had favor from Yahweh, and we've always brought our people up. We always had our people's backs. This is one of the only captivities that I know of. I'm pretty sure there's other captivities to where we were against each other, but this American captivity, Negroes is really against each other. Israelites is really against each other. Moses' sister went and got. Moses was put in the ark, sent up the river so he can be spared from being murdered. Because at this time, the Hamites, the Egyptians, the Africans, they were murdering our children. Moses' sister watched Moses' baby ark float up the stream all the way until, oh man, he just floated up to my job.
Wow.
Pharaoh's daughter sent one of her workers to go and get the baby. Now Miriam's watching all of this happen. The story is beautiful. Miriam's watching all this happen. So think about that, being a big sister, watching your little brother. And I've seen how sisters are. Sisters love their little brothers. They love their little sisters. You know, they play with them. They love them. So to watch and be concerned and then be like, wait a minute. Did he just pull up to my job in front of my boss? Miriam was like, hold on, wait, excuse me. I can go get somebody to nurse him if you want me to. Pharaoh's daughter was like, yeah, go get somebody. Miriam went back to the house like, Mama, guess what? Moses right there. Let's just go get it. The format is beautiful. And then the same thing for Joseph. I know somebody that can take care of your animals, Pharaoh. Hold on. Hey, Abba, I got a job for you. Not just any job. I got the best job for you. Genesis chapter 47, verse 7. And Joseph brought in Jacob, his father, and set him before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. So our father, Iqwab, Yabarakaka, Yahweh, Basham, Hamashiach, Yahweh, Ataban Ham. The Most High, name of the Messiah, bless you, son of Ham. And Pharaoh said unto Jacob, how old art thou? And Jacob said unto Pharaoh, the days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have been the days of my years of my life. I read that all wrong. All right, let me read it regular. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their pilgrimage. So Jacob say, I'm only 130 years old. It's been a rough life. My fathers lived longer than me, and they had a hard life too. Now, the reality of it is Jacob did have a hard life. He had a broken heart. He was going through it. He thought his son was dead. But Jacob was already rich. His sons, the 11 sons, was going through. Remember, I said our forefathers was warlords. So Yahweh had already blessed us. Remember, Isaac was rich. Abraham was rich. So Jacob coming there holding his back, talking about, I'm 130 years old. I've had a hard life, but my fathers, they had a better life than me. Go in there being a supplanter. That's what he was doing. All right, verse 10. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from before Pharaoh. All right, verse 10. Excuse me, verse 11. And Joseph placed his father and his brethren and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramses, as Pharaoh had commanded. So it's official. We went in, we seen the caseworker. The caseworker was our uncle. The uncle took us to the president of Housing Authority, took us to the president of Job and Family Services. Now we got the big house, and we got all the Section 8, and we got all the food stamps we need. Ain't got to worry about it. But it gets better, though. It gets better. Watch this. And Joseph nourished his father and his brethren and all his father's household with lachem, with bread, according to their families. How much you need? Okay. Give 5,000 loaves to Masha's family. Karatazaya, how much you need? Okay. Give 2,000 loaves to Karatazaya's family. Okay, how much you need? Okay, give 8,000 loaves to Yeshaya's family, to Josiah's family. Hey, how much do you need? You see? So Joseph took care of us. This phrase is so powerful. He says, according to their families, however much we needed, we had it. And there was no bread in the land, in all the land. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore. So that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. So while everybody else in the land of Egypt and all in the land of Canaan, so we're here right now. I'm up in Cincinnati. From Cincinnati all the way up to Michigan was a famine. But guess what? The Israelites was taken care of. We had what we needed. First of all, we had the president's food. We had the president's livestock. All right. Now, if I got the best of the president's goats, and for those of you who haven't ate goat, you slipping. Goat is delicious. Lamb is delicious. If the president had the best lamb and one of his lambs just gave birth, don't y'all know we about to eat that thing? Soft and tender too. Nice and just juicy lamb. Goat milk. We had everything we needed. We could shear the wool off of it, make coats. We was wearing presidential goat skin. We had everything we needed. But the people that was in the land, they were suffering. But this was Yahweh's design to take care of us. He forewarned and he told our uncle Joseph what would happen. And Joseph took care of us. Watch this. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt. So how did Joseph do that? And in the land of Canaan for the corn which they bought. Joseph made Pharaoh rich, and Joseph made our fathers rich. He literally sold corn. He sold wheat for gold and silver. This is the best welfare plan ever. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. And when the money failed in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came unto Joseph and said, give us bread. Why should we die in thy presence? For the money faileth. Listen, there's no more food. We got money. Yo, I'm balling, Joseph. I'm the richest African in all of Egypt. Joseph, can I have some bread? Joseph like, yeah, sell me, yeah. How much? Okay, here, look. Why you think we know how to weigh it up, back it up, wrap it up? Why our wrist game so proper? Why you think we know how to weigh the scale? Oh man, that's about that's about a zip right there, man. Here you go, man. Because us Israelites come from this bloodline. Our father Joseph was the coldest with it. So when the people of Egypt ran out of money, watch what Joseph said. And Joseph said, give your cattle. Oh, you don't got no more money? Well, I think I can work something out. Okay, I'll tell you what. We got these farmers that's out in the land of Goshen. Give me your cattle and I'll give you some grain. I'll give you some seeds. That is the coldest deal ever. I will give you some seeds if you give me your cattle. Do you know what you can do with a cow? One cow. So imagine a whole herd of cattle for a bag of seeds. That sounds like Jack and the Beanstalk to me.
Sound like a jackpot.
Jackpot. So now it goes from Salaklea. So now it goes from we have no more money to how will we get seeds? Well, he said if we give him our animals, he'll give us seeds. You know how ridiculous that is? The Egyptians didn't even think in their head. I don't know. Whatever. The point is this right here. Joseph gave them seeds for animals, then gave the animals to his family out in the place where there was no famine at. The animals were able to grow, were able to reproduce, were able to be healthy, were able to be cultivated. And the people only got seeds, the Hamites. But watch this, it gets better. And Joseph said, give your cattle, and I will give for your cattle if money fail. And they brought their cattle unto Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses. Can you imagine that? I'm going to give you a loaf of bread. Here's a loaf of bread for your horse. And their flocks. And for the flocks, and for the cattle of their herds, and for their asses, and he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. That's a come up. Say it again, Op.
That's a very interesting.
Very interesting. He gave them a year's worth of bread for all of their animals. So Joseph knew that y'all, okay, I got all your money. Now I got all your animals. What's the only other thing? And he knew that it would only, I'll give you enough bread for 1 year for all of your money. Here, take it. What good is it us? We can't eat. Okay, bet. That 1 year is over. Next year. Huh? What's up? Oh, all of that bread ran out? I'll tell you what, give me all your animals. Okay, I'll give you a year's worth of bread for all your animals. At least you'll be good for the year, right? Okay, y'all gonna be straight. Right. That year runs out. Now, verse 18, watch this. And when that year was ended, so this is the third year, when they came unto him the second year, and they said unto him, we will not hide it from my Lord, how that our money is spent. We can't stunt with you, Joseph, we broke. My Lord also hath our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my Lord, but what? What he said? He said, but what, Masha?
But our bodies and our lands.
That's the last thing they had to give. I don't got nothing else to give, Joseph. We done gave you all of our money. We done gave you all of our animals. The only thing that we have left is our body and our what? Our body and our lands. Watch this. Wherefore shall we die before thine eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for what, Masha?
For bread, and
bread.
we in our land.
For bread. He said, buy us and our land for bread. This was the coldest takeover ever. You thought Jay-Z and the Rockefeller and Dame Dash and Master P made good business deals? Nah, Joseph made the best business deal ever.
In history.
In history. And we and our lands will be the servants unto Pharaoh. And give us seed. Give us seed that we may live and not die, and that the land be not desolate. And Joseph bought all the land.
Wow.
Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh. See, if Joseph bought it for Pharaoh, then of course Joseph had access to it. If Joseph had access to it, his father had access to it. If Joseph's father had access to it, his brothers had access to it. If his brothers had access to it, we had access to it.
Con and double con.
Double con. Coldest business deal ever. So don't tell me that you Israelites aren't businessmen, aren't businesswomen. Yes, we are. Our father was.
Con.
You can get on Facebook Marketplace and sell some stuff. You can do your own business, arts and crafts. You can drive a car and make deliveries. You can build your own business. You can juke Pharaoh. All right? I encourage you to. Juke Pharaoh. Bring it back home. Help your family. And Pharaoh bought, and Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh. For the Egyptians sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he removed them from the cities, from one end of the borders of Egypt, even to the other end thereof. Joseph owned the people, the land, the animals, and gave it all to Pharaoh. Only the land of the priest bought he not. Now, check this out. The priests, which were the priests of Pharaoh, these were not the Israelites' priests. These were the priests of Pharaoh. So Pharaoh's priests, they were on a government-assisted program also. The Pharaoh took care of the priests in Egypt. Now, they were pagan priests. They were wicked, but, you know, they were, there's no but to it. They were employees of the Pharaoh, right? For the priest had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh. So Joseph couldn't take their stuff. So they had government jobs, okay? All right. For the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion, which Pharaoh gave them. Wherefore they sold not their lands. So that's all Joseph didn't get. And that was smart. Why ask for that stuff? He got enough. All right. Then Joseph said unto the people, behold, I have bought you this day and your land for Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed for you. And look at what Joseph said. And ye shall sow the land. So Joseph ended up making the Africans slaves. He didn't say, you know what? Oh, okay, so here's the seed, and I'm going to send some workers out there. He said, no. I got your money. I got your animals. I got your bodies. I got your land. Here's a bag of seeds. Go out there and hustle. Pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. Verse 24. And it shall come to pass in the increase that ye shall give the fifth part unto Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own, for the seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your households, and for food for your little ones. Now look at what they said. This is their reply back to Pharaoh. Back to Joseph. Things was going so bad. They was like, Pharaoh, Joseph, you looked out for us. And they said, thou hast saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my Lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants. Hey, thank you, Joseph. Thank you for buying our animals. Thank you for buying our bodies. Thank you for buying our lands. Thank you for this bag of seeds. Best business deal ever. And Joseph made it a law over the land of Egypt unto this day, that Pharaoh should have the fifth part, except the land of the priest only, which became not Pharaoh's. And Israel dwelt in the land of Egypt, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions therein, and grew and multiplied exceedingly. So was we doing bad? No, we were not doing bad. We were doing wonderful. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the whole age of Jacob was 147 years.
Wow.
He almost made it to, he was 3 years away from being 150. And the time drew nigh that Israel must die. Okay, so now we're going to get into the parts where our grandfather is about to pass away. And this is the part to where a lot of Israelites really need to sit back, consider, and study who we are, because when our grandfather in Genesis chapter 49, when he passes away, he's going to tell us what happens to us in the last days, which gives us an indication of who the 12 tribes of Israel actually are. In order to be a part of the 12 tribes of Israel, you have to fit these curses, these signs. So we're going to see that. And also, I do have something I want to share with the people. It's just a refresher on how you can, better your studies for yourself. Genesis chapter 47, verse 29. And the time drew nigh that Israel must die. And he called his son Joseph and said unto him, if now I have found grace in my sight. Excuse me. I'm going to read that again. Genesis chapter 47, verse 29. And the time drew nigh that Israel must die. And he called his son Joseph and said unto him, if now I have found grace in thy sight, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Bury me not, I pray thee, in Egypt. So that's his father's. We're looking at his father's, our grandfather's last request. All right. Put your hand under my thigh and swear unto me that you will not bury me in this land of Hamites. Bury me in the land where our people came from. But I will lie with my fathers, and thou shalt carry me out of Egypt and bury me in their burying place. And he said, I will do as thou hast said. And he said, swear unto me. And he sware unto him. And Israel bowed himself upon his bed's head. At the end of every Torah portion reading, we say the same thing as a community. Repeat after us. For those of you who are listening, please repeat after us. Kal Asherah.
Kal Asherah.
Debar Yahweh.
Debar Yahweh.
Na'aisha.
Na'asha.
Wanashamai.
Washamai.
All that Yahweh has said.
All Yahweh say.
Will we do.
Will we do.
And hear.
And hear.
All praise the water. So what we do is at the end of every Torah portion reading, at the end of every chapter, once we finish reading the Torah, we say this phrase. This phrase can be found throughout the Bible. In Hebrew, it's pronounced, and those are the letters that are over my head, around my head. Those are the Hebrew characters of your alphabet, which I would love to, if you know me, if we've recently met within the past month, and you've been and you're being a part of this new growth. Also, I want you all to know, if we've recently met within this last month, this is the man that will be contacting you, or that you can contact him if you need to get in contact with me. You contact me personally, but this is, you'll find him on Facebook, Rashid King Nellums. Anybody that's watching that knows Masha's Facebook, can y'all post Masha's Facebook in the back chat? Anybody, please. And the reason being is because Masha is in the correspondence department. All right. He operates as one of our main connections that's in the city gates of Dayton. I mean, that's in the city gates of Ohio in general. But Masha is also a part of a bigger picture, which is called Mashra'ah Yasha'Allah, which stands for the government of Israel. So if you've met me over the last couple of weeks or last couple of months, and, we've come into contact, you met, and definitely if we're on Facebook, if you need information, if you need to be updated, if you need to, find out, hey, where are you guys going to be? What's the next holy days? What's going on with Israel? Masha Rashid King Nellums, the brother that you hear reading with us today, he is that man. All right. So he is that man. So as we see, when we finish a Torah portion reading, we say, Kal Asherah, Debar Yahweh, Na'isha wa Nashamai. If it sounds like a lot, it's really not. It's so quick and easy and basic. But when you get it down packed, you'll be like, oh, call out the body how Na'isha wa Nashamai. Anybody that knows that, can you please type it in the room? So at the end of every Torah portion reading, at the end of reading every section of a law, we say, Kala Shara Dabari Hawa Na'isha wa Nashamai. All right, Khan, Rashwan Khan, yeah, all praise. Yeah, that brother Masha, man, he's a diligent minister. All right. So let us show you this real quick again. All right. So what we just did was we just read Genesis chapter 47. All right. So let me zoom out. Okay. So at the end, this is the Torah. This is a part of the Torah. The Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. We just read all of Genesis chapter 47. All right. So after you finish one chapter of reading, you say, all that Yahweh has said will we do and hear. Don't be afraid. Don't be ashamed to speak your language, even if it's for the first time. If you've never spoken Hebrew, how can you learn to speak it if you don't repeat it after us? All right. So anybody that's in the group who knows how to repeat Kala Shara, please type it in here so we can also say it to the people. The sister Sarah Pumpkin, she said, agree. It's getting horrible now. People in prison are starving. Wow. And throughout the world. Wow. See, I didn't know that. You know what? And I'm pretty confident that's when we were reading the let me bring the brother back up on screen. I'm pretty confident that's when we were reading about the portion of what was we reading? Marsha, I was reading 2nd Ezra chapter 15. So the sister said, yeah, Khan, have you heard anything about this, Marsha? The sister said, agreed. It's getting horrible now. People in prison are starving and throughout the world. Have you heard anything about that, man?
I heard from, I had some different people from different nations came to me and told me that. So they personal DM me on Facebook.
Right. Wow, man. You know, so I gotta say, the water Aqua. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Masha, for sharing that. The sister said, Sarah Pumpkin, she said, mostly all real sister don't want to be by themselves. If society system crushing our family, lots of people are so violent on both genders. Snake backstabbing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I can see that. Yeah, man. Wow. So it's better to be together than it is separate, you know, and you know, like the sister said, you know, we have violence on both genders. So yeah, I can see that. All right. Well, if nobody else have anything to say, we're gonna go ahead and go to the next part of the Torah portion reading. All right, which will be Genesis chapter 48. All right. If anybody can you please put the Kala Shara in the room and also share Masha's Facebook so people can contact Masha. So let's get it. Genesis chapter 48, and it reads, and it came to pass after these things that one told Joseph, behold, thy father is sick. And he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. All right. Now I'm going to do something real quick, and I'm just going to copy Manasseh and Ephraim, and I'm going to Google search Manasseh and Ephraim. I'm going to put in just one word, Israelites. All right. Manasseh and Ephraim, Israelites. So this is the part that we're going to, and I'm so apologetic, everybody. Please don't let these images poison your mind of these Caucasian images, these Edomite, rosy cheek, you know, images, because that's not how it was. But this is what we're going to look at. I want to show you this image of Jacob of Israel. He's crossing his hands as he blesses his two sons. Okay. So in the story, Jacob, he's blessing the 2 sons, but he's going to cross his hands and put one hand on the older son, one hand on the younger son. But again, Baba Kushah, please do not let the image of the European faces deceive you. All right. The story of Jacob and Israel, Jacob's 12 sons, did not happen to a race of Caucasians, and that's just the reality. But happened to a Shemitic people, all right. But what they did was they paint their likenesses on everything. So, you know, when we read the Bible, we wouldn't think that it's possible that these dark-skinned people are the children of Israel. Okay. I'm going to put this in a different tab and I'll come back to it. But that's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see just what we're going to read about the crossing of the hands. All right. And why is that important? Because we see that the blessings, you know, with the transfer of the blessings, it goes over from the eldest, the youngest receives the blessing. And some of you may have even seen that. Some of you, you know, maybe the youngest sibling, the youngest brother, the youngest sister, and like, hey, there's something different about, you know, my relationship or how things are with the Most High, or how, like, I'm the youngest, but it seems like I'm the oldest in some situations. Some situations, you know, it's like, you know, well, the eldest, you know, seems like he's the youngest, you know, but he's really the eldest. So we see that the blessing passed down, and we see the same thing when we look at David, King David. You know, he was the least. You know, he was the youngest, but the Most High out of his brothers, David was the youngest, but the Most High gave him that blessing. So be mindful, you know, of how your children are, and pay attention to your children. You know, Yahweh may have a different plan for them than we may. All right. So we have to be able to observe these things. All right. So Genesis chapter 48 and verse Achad. Achad is how you say one. And it came to pass after these things that one told Joseph, behold, thy father is sick. And he took with him his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Jacob and said, behold, thy son Joseph cometh unto thee. And Israel strengthened himself and sat up on his bed. Now remember, at this time, Jacob is 147, 48, 49, 50. Yeah, he's 147 years old. So word got to Joseph, your father's passing away. He's getting ill. Word got to Jacob, your son Joseph's on his way. Let's read. And Jacob said unto Joseph, God Almighty. All right, this is Yahweh Alahaya, Alashadya, the Most High, the Almighty Power. This is what Jacob said. Now check out some of these phrases. Now in this verse, he says, God Almighty. This is why we learn how to speak and read in Hebrew, because this phrase, when somebody reads it, they might say, well, it says Almighty, so he must be talking about the Most High God. Well, if he was talking about the Most High God, then wouldn't this be in capital letters? All right. Be capital G, capital O, capital D. It's just something to consider. God Almighty, but pay attention, there's more phrases, appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me. Was it the Most High Power that came down and blessed Jacob when he wrestled with Jacob? When Jacob seen he was laying on a rock and he was young before he got married, and he seen what's called today Jacob's ladder, and he seen the ladder going up and angels transversing. Was that the Most High Power Almighty? Was that Yahweh, or was that his son, Yahushai? Well, I'm here to tell you that it was his son, Yahushai. Yahushai has always been in the Old Testament. You just got to know how to understand where the words God and Almighty and etc. have been put into play. All right, which is also why it's very important for everyone to get a Paleo Hebrew Bible. This was done by our elder Zaquan Karataza'Allah, which the Most High bless his memory. He's passed away now, but these books are still available. It's so crazy. I remember, you know, there was people that was hating. They were really legitimately hating on the elder and was like, this Hebrew ain't that good. Like, well, I didn't see you put together no whole Torah in Hebrew yet. All right. But Zaquan Karataza'Allah, man, the Most High bless his memory. You know, he taught the majority of us, you know, a higher level of learning our language in Hebrew. So when you read this, you know, you can see Genesis chapter 48. This is the English side, and this is the Paleo Hebrew side. This is the language that Negroes spoke in slavery. You know, we didn't get off of those slave ships speaking English. We had English beaten into us. All right. Masa, masa, masa. You know, musa masa. You know, we weren't saying no master. We were saying no oppressor. The word masa is oppressor in Ibadiaf in Hebrew. All right. So as we read this, let me go down to verse 3. All right. So verse 3. Wow. Okay. So the word that's here is Allahayim. All right. Now, some people might say Elohim, but it's Allah. Yeah, come on. Alayaka. Excuse me. It's Alayaka. All right. Alayaka. All right. So it doesn't say Yahweh. It doesn't say, yeah, it says Alayaka. So Allah Yaka means my power. All right. The power Yah, my. So it doesn't say capital Y, capital H. All right. Capital Yahweh. It's not capital YHWH. So this is how we know that Yahweh's name wasn't always the name that was in Hebrew in every single verse in the Hebrew language. Here, let me show it to you all. I'm gonna get a pen and I'm gonna underline it. And why is that important? It's important for those who don't understand, who are non-messianic. It's important for those who don't understand that Christ was in the Old Testament. He just had different names. All right. He had different names opposed to it always just being, because there's some people that only read the Old Testament and they don't understand that, you know, Christ didn't newly come into birth in the New Testament. He was rocking with Abraham. He was with Isaac. He was with Jacob. He was with the children of Israel. And that's the problem. Our people don't know Yahushua. Our people don't really know Christ from the Old Testament. We only aware of him in the New Testament. And then there's some people, some Israelites that are so crafty, so trickery, they're so unlearned that they'll teach you to not believe in JC. They'll say JC instead of Jesus Christ. They'll be like, I can't believe you still believe in the New Testament trash and the JC in the New Testament. But see, that's because they don't believe in the Messiah for it. They don't believe in the Most High. They don't know the scriptures. And it's so disappointing that they don't read in Hebrew to see that Yahushua, Christ, was always in the Old Testament. Otherwise, if it was the Most High power that was speaking to our father Jacob, it would have said Yahweh. But instead it said Alayaka. Wow, that's a hard one. Wayath Chazquak. Wayath Chaz. Wayath Chazquak. I got to break that down, man. Matter of fact, I got to get my Justinius and look that up. But here's the word right here. All right. All right. Allah's power, Yah and Ka. All right. Alayaka. All right. If you can see that, it's the underlying part. It's the underlying word. Right? It's Allah, Yah, and Ka. Alayaka. Alayaka. All right. Which is my power. Alayaka. All right. So if it was Yahweh, it would have said Yahweh. All right. Now, let's do this real quick. I just want to show you all this. Almighty appeared to me. Now, let's look at it on the screen and break it down and see if it's the same word there. All right. And Jacob said unto Joseph, see, Allah, for God. See, it don't say God, and it's not all capitals Yahweh. All right. Shadia. All right. So it's Allah, and then this is Shad Yah. This is Almighty, and this is power. The Almighty power. Allah Shadia. All right. So we see that it doesn't say Yahweh in English. And that's how we would have known it was Most High. So I hope that helps somebody. I know that might have been like a little bit meaty. You know, I don't think it really was. But if you're just now learning Hebrew, I can see how that might have, you know, not stuck just yet. But hang in there. Stick to it. You got my phone numbers. You have my messages, my contacts. I can put you over Masha and other people who can help you to learn your Hebrew. You just have to stick with it. All right. So Genesis chapter 48, verse 4. It said unto me, behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thee, and will make thee a multitude of people, and will give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession. This is the promise that the Most High, his son, Yahushua, this is the promise that the Allah Shadia, the Almighty power, which again, Christ in the Old Testament, this is what he told our father Abraham, he told our father Isaac, and he told our father Jacob. Now, Jacob is telling the same blessing to his children. He says, and now thy two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto thee in the land of Egypt before I came unto thee in Egypt, are mine. As Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. And thy issue, when it says thy issue, this is the word seed or sperm. All right. And thy children, issue, seed or sperm, because when a man has a release, it's called his issue. All right. And thy issue, which thou begettest after them, shall be thine. So Jacob is saying, okay, your two sons, I'm going to claim them. And every other son after that, you claim. Okay. And shall be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance. All right, so don't call them no. Call them Yashar Allah. Don't give them no African name. Call them Yashar Allah. And that's when I came from Padaram, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way. When yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephrath, and I buried her there in the way of Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Israel beheld Joseph's sons and said, who are these? And Joseph said unto his father, they are my sons whom Allahiah had given me in this place. And he said, bring them, I pray thee, unto me, and I will bless them. Now the eyes of Israel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them and embraced them. And Israel said unto Joseph, I had not thought to see thy face, and lo, Allahiah. All right, this word right here, power. Allah. It's the word Allah. Also means peace. All right. We got a little bit of an echo, Masha.
A little echo.
Khan. And lo, Allahiah have showed me also thy seed. So our father Jacob, he said, what? All right. I apologize. I just had to push mute, King, real quick for a moment. So our father Jacob said, what? Let me get back to it. He said, I didn't think I was going to see your face again. And not only did I see your face, I got to see your children. I didn't think I'd ever see you again, my son. And now I get to see my grandchildren too. And Joseph brought them from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took both Ephraim in his right hand towards Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near unto him. Now, remember, I said we're going to look at that picture. And why are we referencing that picture? We're referencing that picture because Joseph wanted the older son to be blessed with the left hand, and the younger, the older son to be blessed with the right hand blessing for the older son, and then the left hand blessing for the younger son. All right. So the older son right here and the younger son right here. But what our father Jacob in his wisdom did was he crossed his hands and he said, the younger son is going to get the bigger blessing, and the older son, you're going to be great, but your little brother's blessing is going to be even more. And that's why I wanted to go to that image, because I wanted you all to see that. And we can see that today, even with the popularity between the Dominican and the Puerto Rican people. The Dominican people are the children of Manasseh. All right. The Puerto Rican people are the children of Ephraim today. And the Puerto Rican people, Ephraim, are even more popular than the tribe of Manasseh, even though the Dominican people are industrious. They're great. You know, there's nothing against them, nothing at all. Beautiful, smart, all of that good stuff. But Yahweh put a popular spirit on the tribe of Ephraim, even more so. And our second ruler after Moses came from the tribe of Ephraim, which was Joseph. So for those of you who don't, Joshua, excuse me. So for those of you who don't know, the Israelite nation was led by Levi. Then it was led by the tribe of Ephraim. Okay. Genesis chapter 48, verse 13. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand towards Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand. and brought them near unto him. And Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hand. Look at this, guiding his hands wittingly. So Jacob knew what he was doing. He wasn't confused. For Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph and said, Allahiyah, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac did walk, the God Allahiyah, which fed me all the day, fed me all my life long unto this day. Now, I'm going to stop right here because this verse is very important. It helps us to see that it's talking about a different power outside. See, it's not just God, 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 God. It's also God. The Most High is Yahweh, and that's in capital letters. But his angel that's up under him is his son, which the world ignorantly and sometimes accidentally calls Jesus Christ. Yahweh's son is called Yahweh Shai. Yahweh Shai was the angel that walked with Abraham. It was Yahweh Shai that walked with Isaac. See, Yahweh Shai was always in the Old Testament. And this is for the non-messianic people who don't understand. Let's look at the verse real quick, okay? That's why I said this is very important, all right? So look, and as my elder once told me, man, you know, 95% of all problems with doctrines can get resolved if people would just go and look up the words in Hebrew. So we're going to do it like this. And he blessed. It says, Waya Barak. Waya Barak. That's and he blessed Joseph and said, God. You see this? Now, if this was in all capitals, capital G, Ha, Ya, Ma, Allahayim, Allahayim. See that? So this character that's right here, this is Ha. That means the. If you put this character at the front of a word, it means the. So it's Allahayim. So it's Allahayim, Allahayim. And some people might say Elohim, but that's just because they're reading it in English. In English, you'll pronounce it Elohim. But in Paleo or in you know ancient Hebrew, it's Allahayim, Allahayim, Allahayim. See? So it's Allahayim. So instead of it being God, 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 most high power God, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's his son, which is Yahweh Shai. Okay? His son, Yahweh Shai. And that's how we know Yahweh Shai is in the Old Testament, because of the pronunciation and the Hebrew word that's there. All right. So let's read on. It says, verse 4, and said unto me, behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thee, and will make thee a multitude of people. Salaklia, hold on, wait, hold on. I got the runaway scripture issue. All right. Let me get back to it. Let's get back to where we left off from. I apologize. Let me close this window out and we'll be right on track. Okay. All right, verse 2. Verse 3. All right. And Jacob said unto Joseph, Alashadiah, Yahweh Alashadiah appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me. Okay. All right, let's scroll down. And said unto me, behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thee, and will make thee a multitude of people, and will give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession. And now thy sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto thee in the land of Egypt, before I came unto thee into Egypt, are mine, as Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. And thy issue, which thou begettest after them, shall be thine, and shall be called after the name of their brethren and their inheritance. And as for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephrath. And I buried her there in the way of Ephrath, the same as Bethlehem. And Israel beheld Joseph's sons and said, who are these? Now let's scroll down. Verse 15. And he blessed Joseph. And wittingly. Okay, so wittingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. Verse 15. And he blessed Joseph and said, Allahiyah, before whom my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, did walk. Okay, so that's what we just looked at. We just looked at how the word there is not Yahweh, it's Allahayim. It's the power, which was Christ in the Old Testament. All right. Of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac did walk, the Allahayim, which fed me all my life long unto this day. But look at what he calls him. He says, the angel. So this is another way that we know that he's not talking about the most high power, Yahweh. So when it says God, it's lowercase. It's lowercase. And then he says the angel. So he's not talking about a separate entity. It was Yahweh that was in the Old Testament. He would not have called the most high power Yahweh the angel. The angels are below Yahweh. Let that be a lesson. And use this verse whenever you're dealing with people who don't understand that in the Old Testament, Yahweh was there. Yahweh was the angel that was dealing with who? With Abraham. He was the angel that was dealing with Isaac. The word angel just means messenger. See? So I like to study and I like to prove things. I like things to be proven to me. If you can't prove it to me, then I will dismiss it because everything needs to be proved. All right. So the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. And he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head and Manasseh's head. And Joseph said unto his father, not so, my Abba, not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put thy right hand upon his head. Verse 19. And his father refused and said, I know it, my son. I know it. His Abba was like, I know what I'm doing. He was like, I know, my son. I know what I'm doing. This is a cross blessing. Because remember the verse above say he did it wittingly. He also shall become a people. So he said Manasseh, the Dominicans are going to become a people, and he shall be great, but truly his younger brother shall be greater than he. So the Puerto Ricans, Boricua, Taino, would be more popular, would be more mighty than the Dominicans. And his seed shall become a multitude of nations. And he blessed them that day, saying, in thee shall Israel bless, saying, Allahiyah. Now, everybody document this. This is something that I've said that we should say. I'm going to copy this. And the reason being is because there's a blessing that the so-called Puerto Ricans know. No, don't pay no attention to Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny a Bate boy. Bad Bunny a mama man. All right. But this right here is very important. All right. And the reason being is because there's a lot of prayers that's in the scriptures. And sometimes we miss prayers that are right there. Check this out. Genesis chapter 48, verse 20. And he blessed them that day, saying, this is what Jacob said, in thee shall Israel bless, saying. Now here's a phrase that we're supposed to say. Isn't that something? Here's a phrase that we're supposed to say when we're looking to bless each other. Allahiyah, make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he said Ephraim before Manasseh. So just in this one verse, here's a blessing. Now, for all of you that's learning, that's loving to learn, that's growing, that's getting experience, that's learning these prayers, check this verse out. And maybe you can take this verse and translate this into Hebrew. God make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. You really want to bless somebody? May Yahweh make you as Ephraim as Manasseh. Yahweh make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. Let's go to this verse real quick in Hebrew and let's look at it. All right, this is verse 20. All right. And this is something I really enjoy because there are prayers everywhere. There's prayers everywhere. All right. Yashamka. All right. Shawam. But right here is Shawam. But right here is Yashamka. All right, let me go to this. All right, so Alahaya, Yashamka, Apodium, Wa. What's that? Ba Manasha. And in Manasseh. Yeah, Wa Ba Manasha. Okay. All right, so let me see. I'm gonna type this out real quick. First, let's say make the. All right, so just bear with me. I'm gonna try to do this so that I can bless the people with it. All right. All right, and then you all can have it for yourselves. So I'm gonna go back to it. All right, so it's Alahayim. Let me see. I want to go to Shawam. So this is the word Sha, Wa, and Ma. So Shawam. All right. Now I know here it says some. All right. Right here it says sum, but it's pronounced Shawam. All right. Shawam. Those are the three characters. Shawam means to put, to make, to set, to lay, to appoint, to give. So it's Alahayim, set you up. May the Most High set you up. May the Most High consider. May the Most High Shawam, Most High turn you. May the Most High Shawam brought, Shawam ordained, Shawam place, Shawam take, Shawam show, Shawam regard, Shawam mark, Shawam dispose. May Yahweh Shawam, may Yahweh care. That's beautiful. So do you see why we read, why we study, why we practice our language? So that we can go back and we can say these things that our fathers said. So this is Yashawam Ka. All right. Alahayim Yashawam Ka. All right. I'm gonna put this right here. And then we're gonna break it down in English after we do this. So it's Alahayim Yashawam Ka Ba'apadium. All right. And I want to know how to bless you. So since I want to know how to bless you, I'm going to say what my grandfathers said. All right, let's get one more. Ba. Okay, so this right here, Ba, this character right here. All right, this character by itself, it means in. All right, so in English it says as Ephraim, but in Hebrew it says in Ephraim. So apodium, that character right there is This is Pa. This is Ra. This is Ya, and this is Ma. So all together now, Pa, Ra, Ya, Ma. Okay, repeat after me. Pa, Ra, Ya, Ma. Now let's put it all together. Aparium, Aparium, Aparium. So when you see or you speak to one of your Puerto Rican friends or family members, call them Aparium. Aparium is Ephraim. All right. Ephraim is the father of the Puerto Ricans. Aparium. So it's Aparium. All right. And then let's get and then this is Wa Ba Manasha. Wa means and, Ba is in, Ma na sha and ha. Wa Ba Manasha. Wa Ba Manasha. All right. And in Manasseh. Okay. So let's go ahead and put that right here also. Paste. All right. I hope that it worked. I've never done it like that before. Okay, and it did. All praise. So let's look at this real quick. Masha, you think you ready to read this yet? You think you ready to read this yet?
Sure.
All right, handle it.
Oh, nah. Never mind.
No, I understand. All right, I understand. All right, so is there anybody that's online who think they can translate this? All right, I'm gonna type it out. Let's see who can do it first. Okay, let's see who can do it first. Now I'm gonna sound it out, so I'm not gonna leave you all hanging. All right, I'm gonna sound it out. Okay, so and I'm gonna type it. So the first word is Alahayam. All right, so who can type it out? Alahayam. All right, Alahayam. Some of you are faster typers than me. All right. Alahayam. The next word is Yashamarka. All right. Just like when we be like Yahweh Shamar Alatha, it's watch. So it's Alahayam Yashamarka. So the next word is Yashamarka. So it's Alahayam Yashamarka. The next one is Alahayam Yashamarka Ba'apadium. All right, so ba is the next one. Ba'apar yum. All right. Ba'apadium. Let me see. Ba'apadium. Okay. Wa ba manasha. Okay, so wa ba ma na sha. Okay. Waba manasha. Oh, I typed it wrong. Okay. I typed it wrong. I think I'm racing against myself. It don't look like nobody's doing it with me. All right. Waba manasha. Okay. So Alahayam, Ya Shamarka, Ba Apadium, Wa Ba Manasha. This is super easy, everybody. This is super easy. Okay, so here's the translation. You know what I should have did? I should have copied that. I should have copied and pasted. So here's the translation. Alahayam Yashamarka Ba Apadium Wa Ba Manasha. So that's going to be my new thing. I'm going to be saying to all of my Ephraimite and my Manassite, I'll just say it to people because I know we say, may Yahweh bless you as you bless me sometimes. And sometimes we even say that as an insult. Like if you've been mean to me, be like, yo, may Yahweh bless you as you have blessed me. You know, but here's one that we've seen in the scriptures that Yahweh tells us to do. What do you think about that, Masha?
I guess good thing, also a blessing.
I agree. Khan, I agree. Sagalash saying, Shalom, uncle. Shalom, Sagalash. Shalom, you little beautiful, strong Levite. Shalom, Prince. Hallelujah. All right. So, Alahayam, Yashamarka, Ba'apadium, Wa Ba Manasha. All right. Now, let's get back to the Torah portion. All right. And so that's the prayer. All right. Let's close tools. We're in verse. Let's do verse 20 again. All right. So Genesis chapter 48, verse 20. And he blessed them that day, saying, in thee, look at this, in thee shall Israel bless. In thee shall Israel bless. So he says, this is what Israel shall say, saying, Alahayam, Washamarka, Ba'apadium, Waba Manasha. God make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. Why? Because our father Jacob knew Ephraim and Manasseh was going to be a blessed tribe, two blessed tribes. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. And Israel said unto Joseph, behold, I die, but Alahiah shall be with you and bring you again unto the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to thee one portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the land of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow. All right, repeat after us. Kal Asherah, Debar Yahweh, Na'aisha, Wa Nashamai. Excellent. All that Yahweh has said will we do and hear. All right. all that Yahweh said we do in here, and that's including learning how to say what Yahweh told us in this verse. All right, Alahayim Yashamarka Ba'apadium Wa Ba Manasha. It's been there this whole time. We can always learn something new. All right, prove all things. Yo, Masha, I'm going to yield the floor, brother. Why don't you go ahead and give a breakdown? I'm going to push mute and turn off my mic, and then you take a moment to speak to the people.
Con. Now, the breakdown we just read. Let's see. Give me a second. Okay, the breakdown is where the father Jacob he had blessed his two grandsons, but his son, his bun, Joseph, he didn't understand. He was confused, saying like he didn't really get the understanding. But Jacob said, "I know what I'm doing." And but Joseph was still confused, you know. But yeah, think about it. He blessed the younger brother over the older brother. What's so confused about that? Then Joseph finally understand what his father was doing and saying, you know, the older brother the younger brother had bigger blessings, but the older brother, he still got blessings, but it ain't as much as the little brother. And there's a lot of break I can break down. I'm gonna say con, I kneel, I yield.
I think you did excellent on your breakdown. All right. I think you did excellent on your breakdown. Yeah, absolutely, man. I get our brother a thumbs up on that one, man. You know, and that's what we seen. You know, Joseph seemed to not understand, you know, why his father was blessing his two younger sons. You know, and then you got to think about it like this too. Joseph, he was in a position of authority. He was in a position of authority. So he felt like what he was saying was right, but Joseph also yielded to his father's blessing. So, and we have to keep that in mind too. Our Abiyam know what our fathers are doing. Our fathers know what our fathers are doing. All right, and sometimes it might not seem like it, but they do. The next chapter that we're going to read is very controversial, and the reason why it's so controversial is because Israelites such as myself, who do believe that that we are the 12 tribes of Yasha'Allah, based off of the curses of what Yahweh said he would put us through. This is the next chapter that we're going to read, and a lot of Yasha'Alim have trouble with this because there's a phrase that you'll hear throughout Israel, and it's called the 12 tribes chart. Okay. Now, with that being said, I just want to give everybody who's new to this information, that's new to this knowledge, give you a heads up. Not all Israelites believe the same. Some Israelites believe that all Israelites are dark skinned. Some Israelites believe that, you know, all Israelites are light skinned. There's scriptures that cut every doctrine. All right. And I personally stand under the belief system that it's not based off of who we are, based off of a chart, but it's based off of who we are, based off of the prophecies that Yahweh said would happen to us. So I'm going to share with you all a few things. One, Deuteronomy chapter 33, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. The chapter that we're about to read right now is very controversial because I am one of the ones who believe that you have to fit the prophecies in order to be an Israelite. You know, all of Jacob's children weren't the same complexion, okay? Jacob had 12 sons, and his sons were different shades of brown. So you might have somebody that's light skinned, you might have somebody that's dark skinned. All right. Just because you see somebody's like, oh, they're Mexican. Nah, they're not Mexican. They're actually Indian descent. There's no such thing as a Mexican, in case you didn't know. There's no such thing as a Puerto Rican. There's no such thing as a Cuban. These are different places that the 12 tribes of Israel were sold into slavery. And since we were sold in these different places, there was an intermingling. There was a mixing that happened with the people that we dwelt amongst. But that does not mean that it took away who we are as our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So if a man tells me that he's mixed, I'm going to automatically ask him, I'm going to say, what is your father? Is your father black? Is your father, white? And if he says, well, my father's white. I'm like, okay, well, your father's from a different nation, because we are whatever our fathers are. What's your thoughts on that, Masha?
I fully agree, because this has scripture. I think it's in the book of Numbers. It said go by the father and by the great grandfather. If the great grandfather is Caucasian, or is an Esau, is an Edomite, because that means your father is an Edomite. Then come back to you. You probably had a dark complexion, but your grandfather was Edomite. Make your father part Edomite. You have a black mother, or we call as Negro, but she'll still be an Edomite, because she won't be an Edomite because her father is Jacob, not Judah. Her father is Judah, but it don't make her son Judah, because her husband is part Esau. And I yield.
I'm going to take the same stance as what Masha took, because of our fathers is what the scriptures tell us. We are who we are based off of our father. So again, I knew a woman who looked like an Israelite. She had very, very pretty dark skin, very beautiful dark skin. And her father was a dark-skinned man, but her grandfather was a straight-up European. And you might have heard Masha speaking. He was saying Edomite. He was saying Edomite. Edomite is the same as an Edomite. Well, according to the Bible, the biblical prophecies, it tells us that the Caucasian race, the people that came from the Caucasus Mountains, are called Edomites in the Bible. Now, that's not a negative phrase or a negative term. It's the name of a nationality in the Bible. So if somebody speaks against that, then they would have to, prove that the Edomites did not come from Esau. They did not come from the Caucasus Mountains, that the Edomites, did not intermingle with Japhet, and that today the Edomites do not rule the world, and that the Edomites didn't sell the Israelites, Negroes into slavery. That's a lot of proving to have to do. So based off of who our fathers are 3 generations back, really affects how and who we are. Now let's look at a few things. I'm gonna bring me and Masha up on screen real quick. And we're going to start our screen share real quick. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with this, all right, and I praise Yahweh, before the Father brought me into the truth, when the Father brought me into the truth, I don't think this specific chart, so you can Google this and that phrase will come up. I don't think this specific chart, this is a new chart. This is newly made. All right. But here's the objective. We have to learn who our lineage, who our fathers are according to the Bible. Now, Abraham was a black man. There's a song by KRS-One. It goes, Abraham was the father. It's called Why Is That? But ask yourself, why is that? All right. It's an old school song. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I'm going to go to YouTube. We might just have a music break real quick. I got to be careful so that we don't get a monitor, what is it called? Not monitor, but a daggone whatever, sued or whatever, what do you call it? KRS-One, Why Is That? Now, again, this video is for educational purposes only. And I really like this, man. So we see, of course, even back then, this is Boogie Down Productions. I don't know what year this was, 1980 something, But, you see, it's the same thing. It's an Israelite being harassed by a so-called cop. When you look closer, it's a Negro, it's a black cop, but the same harassment that we see that the police have done to the children of Israel. Even I'm just sitting on my stoop, why is that? Whatever. But the same oppression and affliction that we've went through by the police. You know, it's nothing new under the sun. You know, we went through this for a long time. But in this song, KRS-One, and again, this video is for educational purposes. All right, we do not own the rights to this music. Let me make sure I make that proclamation. I'll make sure I type it in there. But I'm going to play something, and some of you may have heard this, some of you may have not heard it. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to push mute. All right, let's get this together. And then we're going to go back to what we were looking at. All right, let's see. All right, so this artist, man, and pretty sure everybody knows him, man. This is, again, KRS-One, man. You know, very powerful lyricist, man, from back in the day. You know, he was much younger here. Let me see. I don't know how old the song is. If anybody knows, look at this, 1989. I'm not going to tell y'all how old I was at this time. Okay, but this song was released on the 7th month, the 4th day, 1989. Okay, so we do not own. You know what? Matter of fact, let me go ahead and copy and paste this. All right, and let me make sure I give them their props, their credits, because we don't want to, we don't want this video to get flagged. We want the brothers to get their credit. All right, but we want to use this as a teaching tool. But watch what he says. All right. So he mentions the scripture. Okay, stop. So Genesis, let's get that real quick. Everybody rock with us. Genesis chapter 10, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. I just think I just picked up on something. I think he messed up. I think he said Genesis chapter 11. I think he said that backwards. Hold on. That's funny because we actually know the Bible. Ah, he messed. Wait, he might. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. I think he messed up. Genesis chapter 11, KJV. I should have said Blue Letter Bible, but let me see. Oh, you know what? I think he's describing Abraham. Yeah. Okay. I yield. All right, brother did good, man. All praise. Genesis chapter 11, verse 10. It says, "These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and began Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years, and Arphaxad was 500 years and begot Selah. And Arphaxad lived, and Arphaxad lived and begot Selah 403 years and begot sons and daughters. All right. And Selah lived 30 years and begot Eber. Now, this word Eber is very important because this is why we call ourselves Hebrews. We are Hebrews based off of this man's name. Okay. So we are Hebrews. The word Eber is where the word Hebrew comes from. All right. So I'm going to do KJV. I'm going to do BLB, which stands for Blue Letter Bible. All right. And then we're going to go to that same verse. But we're also going to go to Genesis chapter 10, okay, because I want to show y'all something. Okay, so we just did the same thing. All right, and Selah lived 30 years and begat Eber, right? So when we go to the word Eber, it says Ibar, right? So Ibar or Ebar, right? It says Eber, all right? The region beyond, okay? Or Ibar, Eber. Look, it says Heber. See, so it's used as Heber also. Okay, so this is where people get the name Hebrew from. You see that? It says Ibar, Eber. All right, the name of 2 patriarchs and 4 Israelites. Eber, Heber, Hebrew. So this is where we get our name. Whenever we call ourselves Hebrews, is because we're saying this is our grandfather. Okay, we are the children of a man whose name was Eber. All right, so when you hear somebody say I'm a Hebrew Israelite, they're saying it based off of this name right here. Okay, so let's go back to the song real quick. He says what? Okay, so kind of. He said Genesis chapter 11 verse 10, And that's cool. But what I would have did was I would have went to Genesis chapter 10 and I would have scrolled down Canaanites, Azul, Eber. So I would have went to Genesis chapter 10 because Genesis chapter 10 in every Bible it's called the Table of Nations, but it says the descendants of Noah. So this is where Africans come from. This is where Shemites come from. The children of Japheth come from. Okay, so as we scroll down, it says Genesis chapter 10, verse 31. It says these are the sons of Shem after their family, after their tongues. Okay, so in Genesis chapter 10, it also gives us the breakdown, the beginning of the breakdown of the children of Shem. But watch what he says. Genesis chapter 11, verse 10. You see what he said? He said Shem was a black man in Africa. If you repeat this fact, they can't laugh at you. So Shem, a black man from Africa, Shem is the father of Abraham. All right. Now let's see how he does it in the song because it's really cool. All right. So then he says who? He says Abraham steps on the scene. All right. Boom. I love that. He said Abraham being a descendant of Shem, which is a fact. See, so all of Shem's children means Abraham too was black. Now, again, I know a lot of Israelites knew about this song, but have you really played it for other people and broke it down so that they heard it too? Man, I'm telling y'all, a lot of rap is trash, doo-doo, poo-poo, caca. All right. A lot of rap music is terrible because it's not teaching, it's not edifying anymore. But what about when rap was edifying? Listen, so being a descendant of Shem, which is a fact, means Abraham too was black. All right, watch. Let's see. Boom! I don't care who your favorite rapper is. He just blew everybody out the water. He just named off the 12 tribes from the gate. Well, the father of the 12 tribes. Now let's go to the chart. Abraham was the father of Isaac. Isaac was the father of Jacob. Jacob had 12 sons for real. And these were the children of Israel. That was the coldest bar. I've done some nice lines. I've heard some nice lines. I don't care who your favorite rapper is. KRS-One, that one line just blew all of them out the water. Abraham was the father of Isaac. Isaac was the father of Jacob. Jacob had 12 sons for real, and these were the children of Israel, because Jacob's name was later changed to Israel. So what happened was when we just read the Torah portion, we just read about this man right here whose name was Joseph. All right. And Joseph, he was the one who had the two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh. So Ephraim and Manasseh were who we just learned to do the blessing from, was from Joseph's children. Now, this is a rendition. This is exactly what they look like. Nothing like that. No, it's not that. It's just to reverse the curses of iconoclasm, which teaches our people that everything is white in the Bible, because that's not true. You know, so let me play this bar for y'all one more time, and then we'll get back to the scriptures. Oh, that's so fire. Man, that's so fire, man. Somebody put a Hallelujah or 7 up in the room for that, man. That was fire, man. Oh, that was so fire. By Shem Mashiach Al-Shah. All right, let's get back to this, man. Get that brother credit, man. Get a most high glory and credit for putting it on the spirit of that brother to do that verse like that, man. All right, so this is another image of the 12 tribes of Israel poster. Some people will have a problem with this. I don't. All right, and the reason why that look like Zabak, I just peeped it. That look like Elder Zabak. Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Some people may have a problem with this. I don't, and the reason being is because they fit the prophecies of what would happen to these people. Now, when we're looking at the tribe of Ephraim, all right, we have these lighter hued people. It's like light to dark, you know, light to dark, you know, and the thing about it is, you know, just because they're light doesn't make them not Israelites. Like I got a son that's about his complexion. He actually looks like an older version. Zachariah more handsome, you know, but I have a son, you know, that's this complexion, you know. So it's possible for us to have different shades of brown. So when we're looking at the 12 tribes of Israel, you know, we're looking at a nation of people that are different shades of brown, from light brown to very dark brown. Benjamin, so-called Jamaicans, Ephraim, so-called Puerto Ricans, Manasseh, the so-called Cuba. All right, Cuban, Asher, all right, Brazil to Venezuela, Simeon, all right, Dominican Republic, all right, Manasseh. I've been saying Dominican Republic is Simeon. I got them mixed up. So please forgive me. I'm a backtrack in the video. I'm saying Manasseh, the Cubans, Cuba. All right, so I apologize for that. All right, so Laoya, which we met some Levites. All right, we met some Levites this week, and I'm supposed to be getting in touch with them. And Levites do, man, if Levi don't fit the curses of the so-called Haitians, I don't know what to tell you. All right, Seminole Indians, tribe of Reuben, all right, down in Florida, all right, tribe of Gad, all right, the Native Americans, which and y'all that know me, y'all know I listen to a lot of Gadite music. Gadite music is just amazing. You know, they fit the description from dark shade up to lighter shade with fringes, bells, feathers, the constant singing of Yah in the music that they do. I lived with the tribe of Zebulon, all right, all praise the Most High, that was a blessing. And then the American Negroes, all right, the tribe of Judah and Issachar, so-called Mexicans, Naphtali, all right, Hawaiians, Samoans. I don't know about that. And the reality of it is, and let me say this real quick, let me make this proclamation, okay? Let me make a very clear proclamation for myself specifically. I do not put 1,200% confidence in anything except for the Most High and His only begotten Son. All right. And the reason why I say that is because there's always room for growth and there's always room for error. I'm not going to say just because I showed you that chart that that's exactly what it is. But I can say, you know, these people do fit, you know, the biblical parameters. So when we're looking at Shalom, Mashpaka, Hallelujah. So when I look, yeah, okay. So I apologize. I just was reading somebody's comment. Yeah, all praise. So when we're looking at something like the 12 tribes and we're trying to do, like the Father left us, you know, guidelines to go by. I don't believe all 12 tribes are Negro. I believe the 12 tribes are a mix between Negro and Indian. That would include Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominican, Mexican, Haitian, the people of Zebulon. That would include, you know, these 12 tribes that's been scattered throughout the four corners of the earth, going from light to dark. All right. So the point of saying all such is to say, you know, whenever we're investigating these scriptures and we're looking at who are the 12 tribes of Israel, it's not based off of skin color. It's based off of who fits the prophecies. Okay. Who fits the prophecies. Okay. So I'm going to yield the floor on that subject. Masha, do you want to say anything on that real quick? Okay, excellent. Okay, excellent. All right, so let's go ahead and get back to reading. There are a few things there. So here goes another thing. Another part of the reason why I do believe that the 12 tribes do fit into these categories of people, which we can see on the chart, is because the scripture says a man that travels much knows much. A man that travels little knows little. And I'm not saying that to say like, well, I travel so I know more than anybody else. I'm not saying it at all. But what I am saying is this right here. If you're looking for truth, you will find it. All right. If you're looking for a lie, you'll find it. All right. Some of you may have never heard of Zoot Suit riots. You know, that's a reality. Some of you may have never heard of Mexicans hanging from trees. That's a reality. All right. How about this? Mexican slave plantations. These are all things that actually happened to so-called Mexicans. All right. We can't overlook the fact that the same curses that Negroes went through are the same curses that so-called Hispanics went through. There were signs that restaurants that said no niggers and no Mexicans. There was literally signs outside of people's doors that said no Mexicans. Okay. And some of you may not know this, but there are also Mexican concentration camps. So there's Israelites that have been in captivity all over the world, that have went through all different type of afflictions. And just because they're a different color of brown doesn't mean that they're not Israelites. There was an Israelite girl. I can't think of her name right now. She was a so-called Mexican girl, a Mexican girl revolutionary set on fire in public. Oh, hold on. Here's another one. Mexican gas chambers, gasoline baths. All right. So let me now, while I was talking, I was actually pulling up some information. Okay. So I want to show y'all some stuff that you just might not have been aware of. Now, let me pull up some things. And it really bothers me when I talk to Israelites and they like, well, you know, how are those Spaniards? You know, and they call them Spaniards. Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. You know, and you can't call everybody a Spaniard. That's like if if it was an Israelite that I was talking to, and you know, okay, whenever we're looking at the so-called Hispanics, the so-called North American Indians, the so-called Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, the so-called North American Indians, we're looking at the Northern Kingdom. And although they are in different shades of brown, and although they did, just like Israel, Judah, Southern Kingdom, just like we were raped and integrated with the so-called white man and the so-called Spaniards and the other nations, just like we went through that, they went through that too, but it didn't change who we were. All right, let me pull up a few things real quick. I'm gonna bring our brother Masha, make sure that Masha is rocking with us, man. That brother's a soldier, man. All right, and I'm gonna pull up a few things real quick. Now, here's something that everybody can look up on your own. Let me put this in let me click this real quick. So the point of me saying such is to say is, you know, don't be a major hater, man. Don't be a damn hater. Like when you find out that Israelites, you know, we don't all look alike. There's different shades of brown. You can look this up right here. It's called the Zoot Suit riots of 1943. All right. This is when Esau, the so-called white man, was brutalizing, all right, them Zoot Suits. Bad as all get out. Boy, if only I knew somebody who knew how to make garments. Man, I would love to have a Zoot Suit. Boy, I go to the summit in one of them, repping for my Northern Kingdom brothers, boy. But during the time frame of the Zoot Suit riots, you know, the so-called white man, the police, the military, they were brutally beating these Northern Kingdom men. Brutally, they were raping Israelite women. All right, you got to so-called Mexicans. Why? Because of who they were. And then this also shows us the curses. You see this? Now, some people be like, oh, well, you know, Negroes only are Israelites. And that's just not accurate. If I can go and if I can look up images of so-called Mexicans, whole families hanging from trees, Does not the scripture says, "Cursed are all they who hangeth upon a tree"? It wasn't just so-called Negroes hanging from trees. It was so-called Hispanics, whole families also. That's baby dolls, you know. All right. Whole Israelite families, so-called Negroes and Mexicans, being led away into slavery. How could you forget that the Hispanics, so-called Mexicans, were also in plantation fields? How can we forget? How can we forget that when we were in slavery, the so-called Negroes, the Barbados, Mexico, all right, when Negroes was in slavery, we ran down into Mexico. Why? Because the Northern Kingdom, the so-called Mexicans, said what? They said it is illegal to enslave our brothers. So the Mexicans, so-called Mexicans, which is the tribe of Issachar in the Bible, these are family members. And people have an issue with them because of their skin color. Listen, I don't have a problem with my light-skinned brother. I look at him and be like, yo, I just want you to keep the Torah. Because when I look at old images of the, I can't think of the name right now, but when I look up the old images of the Issacharites, the so-called Mexicans, they have fringes on their clothes. No dogs, Negroes, and Mexicans. Yo, that's the devil. That's Esau, the devil. Look at this. Just type it in. Issacharite, so-called Mexican concentration camps. Yahweh said that we would be hid in prison houses and holes. I just showed you 3 curses just by Googling what Yahweh said he would do to the children of Israel. Check this out. Gasoline baths. What they did was they took Israelite women, all right, Israelite men, and they doused the soul. Y'all got to learn about this. Here, let me give you this. So we don't think a person is who they are based off of how they look, based off of their appearance, but based off of the prophecies. All right. Gasoline baths at the borders. I don't know if I can play this video because I don't want to get flagged, but what I can do is I can show y'all. Just listen, y'all. The 12 tribes of Israel, we all went through curses that Yahweh put us through. All right. Don't forget about the Moabite stone and the words in Hebrew that's been found in Mexico and all over the world. All right. All right. Here's the link for that video. If you want to check it out, it's very disturbing. It's very disheartening. All right. I thought I was screen sharing, man. I really thought I was screen sharing. I was showing a whole bunch of information. Maybe it's best that I wasn't. All right. So the point of going over all that is to say, the point of sharing that information, you know, Zoot Suit riots, etc., you know, the lynchings of Mexican families all throughout the United Snakes. All right. The point of sharing that information is to do what? Is to show that the 12 tribes of Israel have been through affliction and captivity in all different ways. All right. We got the elder that just stepped into the room. I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor to the Zaquan.
Hey, Shalom. We just finished our little lesson. We went through Galatians, the 5th chapter. Fruit of the flesh and the spirit. So did like 2 hours and a half. I see you still going as usual. You know what I'm saying? So I get the opportunity to check that out. Now I was asking, Princess Now was asking if, you know, at the closing of this class, could you play the Kingdom video? So that's up to you if you want to do that. But yeah, we had a good class. You know, sister was reading, everybody participated, you know what I'm saying? And we went through Galatians 5. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we went through various other scriptures as well, but everything was surrounded according to the flesh, spirit of the flesh and the spirit. Right, so that's what we was dealing with. That's all I got to say right now. See, y'all still gone? You about to end it, or you still gone? You take me off the main worlds now, the screen.
So we got a couple more chapters of the Torah portion to go through. We're just now making it to Genesis chapter 49. We got Genesis chapter 49, Genesis chapter 50, and then we have 1 Kings chapter 20, where Yahweh tells
all
us
that you're gonna be up there at 12 o'clock. Genesis 49 is deep, bro. That's not no run through chapter. You gotta go to Deuteronomy 32, You gotta go all over the world. Leviticus 25.
Yeah, I know. And so I got a few of them loaded, you know, and we have some new Israelites, you know, that are learning about their nationality that's rocking with us right now. So yeah, man, that's a deep one, but we gotta finish the Torah portion. You know, we gotta finish the portion. And we just finished kind of going through showing some of the curses that Issachar went through, you know. For those who don't believe that Issachar is a part of the 12 tribes, you know, they fit the description. They went through the curses, just like the tribe of Gad, you know. So Khan, not all of it, but yeah, we're gonna go through it. Gotta finish up, man.
I would think that I would just do a whole class just on that. But all praise and glory to the Most High, man.
If you don't mind, can you share the link for the kingdom so I can make sure that at the end of it, because I really would like to play that. I think that's a great one.
Send me a link, nah. I can send it. I'm right here. Yeah. So yeah, all praise, man. They got the video on the TV over there. So I'm sorry, I apologize, man, for being like kind of discouraging, man, going off. But I'm just saying, like, I know that's a deep breakdown, the Genesis 49.
It is. No, it is. It's a deep one. It's a powerful one. And, you know, our people need to hear it because, you know, it's what helped wake us up, you know, understanding the 12 tribes, you know, the 12 tribes chart, you know, who is who and, you know, the curses and all that stuff. And it is deep, you know, and our people need to hear it, man. So, you know, you weren't discouraging at all, Zaquan. You know, you was right. You know, when we go into that, it needs to be details.
And if anybody, you know, after this class, you want to continue to build on it. I got one of the original breakdowns of the 12 tribes on my channel. I just post that link there too.
Yeah, post the link so that can be shared with the people because it's meaty. All praise. Yeah, thumbs up to the Zaquan, man. Hallelujah, man. The water for y'all support. All right.
All day. I just put the kingdom video in there. I'm gonna find a video for that class and send it to you.
All right, all praise, yo.
I'll sit in the back right now. I ain't gonna go nowhere in a second. I'll sit in the back.
Okay, Khan. Shalom, Zaquan. The water.
Shalom.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and go forward, and then salute again to the Zaquan, man, for coming through. Masha, before we start reading, man, is there anything that you want to bring out?
Yo, Khan, I won't bring you up about the KRS with him. I know we're done with that, but he's a motivated speaker and he had talked upon other stuff, you know, other things too, about history and more. He go more deeper into the roots, and now I'm gonna go forward in the slaves, because you know it said you said a woman got raped. Also, a man got raped by our master. They also got raped from the woman and children. He said make them look weak. I had yelled the floor.
Khan, excellent. Knock the water for that. And you're right. All right. So all right, let's get it. Genesis, y'all ready for this? You sure you don't want to get in on this? You gonna sit in the background? Just sit there chilling, and where does it chilling?
No way.
I'm just my bad. I didn't know my mute was off on.
No. You wasn't nothing heard in the background, Ken. You wasn't on.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stay here for a second. I may throw something in there, but yeah.
All right, so salute to the house of Maharka, man. All praise, man. All praise. All right, so let's go ahead and get it. Genesis chapter 49, man. It's time to get that meat. All right, so let me go ahead and all right. Genesis chapter 49. Screen share and let's get it. Genesis chapter 49, verse Achad. Now, just to give a recap real quick so we see what happened. Jacob, our forefather, came into the land. Now, after our forefathers in the land, him, his 12 sons, they're all living together. Not only his sons, but his children, his children's children. We have the best of the land. We done made it through the famine. Ain't none of us lost no weight, okay? The Hamites over there, skinny, sticking bones, all right? They over there eating mud pies, okay? But the children of Israel, so we were doing good. Our uncle Dad Nawa Yahwasap, our uncle Joseph, taking immaculate, excellent, wonderful care of us. And now, over the process of time, we find out that our patriarch, our Abba, is about to pass away. So now that he's about to pass away, our uncle, Dad Nawa, our uncle comes and brings us to Yaladyam, and he puts his hands before our Abba Zakwan, our grandfather, and he blesses them. So now we see Ephraim and Manasseh both received the blessings. And as we went into that, we also started to give everybody a kind of, a heads up, why did we go over the song? The KRS-One, the why is that? Why did we look at these different images of the 12 tribes chart? Why are we talking about the African-American blacks, the tribe of Judah, West Indian blacks, the tribe of Benjamin, the Haitians being from the tribe of Levi, Puerto Ricans from the tribe of Ephraim, Cubans, Cuba, Manasseh, Dominicans from the tribe of Simeon, Zebulon, the Guatemala, the Panama, the Mayans. What a blessing it was to live amongst them. The Native American Indians being the tribe of Gad, Reuben, the Seminole Indians, Asher, Colombia to Iroquois, all right, Incas, Issachar, the Mexicans, Azteca, all right, Mexica, Azteca, and Naphtali, okay? Naphtali being in Argentina to Chile, so-called Indians. Jacob had two branches of children, okay? Jacob had two branches of children, and these two branches were Negroes and Hispanic in feature, all right? But not really Hispanic, but more so Indian in feature, all right? Negro in feature and so-called Indian in feature, all right? Masha, if you're still with us, can you grab the book of Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11 real quick, all right? And then I'm gonna unmute your microphone. And then when you get a chance, grab Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 11, and then just come in on us, all right? And then I'm going to also...
Isaiah 11:11?
Yes, sir. Baba Kushar, Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11. Now, this is another one that we have to have also, which Zaquan Maharka brought out, which is Deuteronomy chapter 32. Deuteronomy chapter 32 is the Song of Moses, and it leads into the blessings of Moses. But the blessings of Moses also parallels perfectly with Genesis chapter 49. So Genesis chapter 49 and Deuteronomy chapter 33, all right, they are both prophecies of what would happen to the children of Israel in the last days. You got that? You got that, Masha?
I got Isaiah 11:11.
Bring it out.
Isaiah 11:11. And it shall come to pass in that day that Yahweh, okay, they all caps, and that power should not let me start over. Okay, and it shall come to pass in that day that the power shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyrian and from Egypt and from Pathros and from Cush and from Elam and from Sinjar and from Sinjar and from
Hamath
and from the islands of the sea.
Excellent reading, excellent job, man. We greatly appreciate your ministry. All right, so this is what Masha just read. All right, and it's a prophecy letting us know that Yahweh is going to deliver his people. He's going to deliver us again. All right, and what he just read was, this is it, Isaiah 11:11, and it shall come to pass in that day that Allahiyah shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, all right, which shall be left. And then Yahweh names off these different places where we were sold into slavery. So it's not a very far-fetched concept to believe that Deuteronomy chapter 33, all right, and Genesis chapter 49 could line up with this group of people of the 12 tribes, okay? It's not far-fetched at all because we're the only nationality in the world that's been scattered throughout the entire planet, even into the interior of Africa to this day. All right, so let's go ahead and get caught up. Let's finish reading. And at the end of this, we'll say, Kal Asherah Debar Yahweh, Na'ashawa Na'ashemai. And I am going to run through it. I am going to run through it. All right, so we're going to read it. And if anybody has any questions, please comment. Put your questions, put your statements in here. If you have a question about one of the 12 tribes, or if you, hey, what does that prophecy mean? Now, I'm going to tell you this. I do not 1,200% understand all of the Bible. Irregardless of what a person might think, I got to leave myself open so that Yahweh can fill me up. You know, I got to be open. I can't be closed like I got it all because I don't. All right. Maharka, if you still watching, make sure you share that video too, so we can play it on here. And Most High's will, man, we see you at the summit to perform it. All right. So the point of saying that is to say, if anybody has any questions pertaining to that, let's study, let's learn it together. All right. You know, I don't like to make it seem like, you know, I'm a know-it-all because I'm not. You know, I'm just open to hearing what Yahweh has to say and repeating the things that he tells us. All right. So let's read Genesis chapter 49, verse 1. And Jacob called unto his sons and said, gather yourselves together that I may tell you which shall befall you when in the last days. So he says, gather yourselves together so I can tell you what's going to happen to you in the last days. So whatever prophecy is about to come up or happen next is pertaining to the time frame, not right then, but the time frame that we're living in now. Even not only what we're living in now, what our parents went through before, and what's going to happen in the future, because we ain't made it to the last day. The last day. Have you ever thought about that? The last day on planet Earth, the last day of human history. It will be terrifying. All right. So Jacob says what? Gather yourselves together and hear, ye sons of Ya'quab, and hearken unto Yasha'Allah, your father. So whatever Jacob is about to tell us next, he commands us. He says, first, gather yourselves together. All right, stop being separate. All right, stop being Hebrew individualites. Come together. Do what? Shemai, hear. Who is Yahweh talking to? Is he talking to the Mormons? No. Is he talking to the Seventh-day Adventists? La. Baptist, Pentecostal? Is he talking to the churches of the world? No. He's talking to the sons of Jacob, which are the Israelites. He says, and hearken unto Israel, your father. So pay very close attention to what you're about to read. Let it spark your interest. He's going to name off each 12 of his sons. And as he's naming off his sons, he's talking about what's going to happen to their children, which is us in the future today. Genesis chapter 49, verse 3. Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, thou shalt not excel, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed. Then defilest thou it. He went up to my couch. So we see that Reuben is not only Jacob's firstborn son, as we can see the prophecy that's fulfilled about them is that the Florida natives is who we know the tribe of Reuben to be. Now, some people say that the tribe of Reuben even goes down to the I can't think of the name at the time, but the Aborigines, the Aborigines, that's even down to I was about to say, all right, Mike. What's it called? Australia. Thank you, Father. So there are some Israelites who believe that the tribe of Reuben even goes down to the Aborigine people of Australia. One of the issues that happened with Reuben was that Reuben had sex with his father, our grandfather's concubine. And in the process of doing that, he lost his place from being the first blessed son, and it was given to our father, Judah. All right. And from there, when the Florida natives, who we believe to be the 12 tribes, the tribe of Reuben, when they went to war, they submitted, like they gave in. They didn't defeat their enemies. You know, they defeated in some wars, some battles, but they didn't, you know, they didn't go to bat like the tribe of Gad. They didn't go hard like Judah went hard. Okay. There's a lot to go into this. I do want to read it so that people can hear it. And I'm going to also suggest, you know, that Mahar could share a video for the Genesis 49 breakdown of the 12 tribes. All right. Because like the brother said, we're going to be here. This is a deep breakdown. All right. It's a deep dish breakdown. Okay. And my objective was for the people to hear it tonight. Genesis chapter 49, verse 4, unstable as water, thou shalt not excel, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed. Thou defilest, then defilest thou it. He went up on my couch. Verse 5, Simeon and Levi are brethren, instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. This is so hard to do because I want to explain everything that I know, but I got to just keep reading. Genesis chapter 49, verse 6. O my soul, come not into their secret, unto their assembly my honor. Be not thou united, for in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they digged down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Yasha'Allah. Judah, thou art he who thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thy enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down. He croucheth as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come. And unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Now, I have to stop real quick, and not just because I'm from the tribe of Yahweh, but because we have to give reverence to our Savior, our Messiah, Yahweh Basham Mashiach Yahushai. Specifically, Genesis chapter 49, verse 8 through verse 10. This is a prophecy of what the characteristic and what the people of Judah would be, what we would go through, and how Christ would come from our bloodline. Genesis chapter 49, verse 8. Judah, thou art he who thy brethren shall praise. And in the ways that the people praised us, even the other tribes, the other nations, is that they emulate, they mock us. When I say mock, I don't mean like they make fun of us only, but they want to do everything that Judah does. If Judah does something, man, listen, I personally think Edomites are chameleons. I think they're shapeshifters, because they can kind of just do anything. Like you just, when I say anything, I mean they can form themselves. Like, you know, 1 minute is popular to have flat butts, the next minute is popular to have big butts, and they'll just conform to whatever it is. And you know, I really respect people who are just themselves. But when I see Edomites that try to be like Israelites, it just disgusts me, because, you know, even though the prophecy says, thou art he who thy brother shall praise, when we see that these Gentile nations want to take on the form of us, you know, but they don't want the afflictions that we have to go through, it's really disheartening. But in a lot of ways, you know, it's also encouraging, because we also see that we are the salt of the earth, and they want to do what we do. Everything from music to dress code to TikTok videos, you know, I mean, they just steal our whole style. All right. But there's more to go into that. But I'm going to try to keep it brief. Yahweh says, thy hand shall be in the neck of thy enemies. All right. In the end of this captivity, we will have the victory. Yahweh equivalates the tribe of Judah as a lion tribe. The Father says, thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Now, why shall the other 12 tribes bow down before us? We're going to read and find out in verse 10. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He is stooped down. He crouches as a lion, and as the old lion, who shall rouse him up? To me, that's a threat. I've heard other people use this verse or read this verse and make it sound like, you know, who's gonna rouse up Judah? You know, like, hey, somebody got to rouse y'all up. Nah. If you see listen, let me read this. He is stooped down. He crouches as a lion. When you see a lion crouch down, he's getting ready to pounce on you. It's not lazy, like it's falling asleep. A lion crouched down, especially a young lion, is about to pounce on you. And as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? You see? So Judah, Yahweh equivalates the tribe of Judah to a lion nation. Okay. Now, here's where we see the conquering line from the tribe of Judah, which is why I had to stop here and break this down, because I can't. Every tribe has its own beautiful blessings, which is also why I want to suggest this. You know what? No, let me just stick to the reading, which is also why I want to encourage everybody, if you get a chance and if it's permissible, study the the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs. All right, so there's a narrative that was found in the Qumran caves in Paleo Hebrew. It's called the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs. Each one of Jacob's 12 sons gave their sons instructions before they passed away. And the reason why I subscribe to it is because it was found in Paleo Hebrew. It's not like the OASP. It's not like the Gospel of the Holy 12. It's not like the Gospel of Essenes. Trash them books be. The Testament of the 12 Patriarchs was found in Paleo Hebrew in the Qumran caves. So just like Jacob in Genesis chapter 49 right here, he wrote letters to his children before he passed away, so did the rest of the patriarchs. And when you go back and read them, you're like, yo, that makes sense. Yo, yeah, this is a real life, letter of a father on his deathbed to his children. So, but let's read this real quick. It says, Genesis chapter 49, verse 10, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. So Judah will always have rulership, nor a lawgiver from between his feet. So even the young men coming up, we will always give birth to kings from the tribe of Judah. Now watch this. Until Shiloh come. And this is why we had to stop right here. This word Shiloh goes into shalom. It goes into peace, which is referring to our king, our Messiah, Christ. So Christ will be coming from the tribe of Judah. There's a Negro Issacharite that's on Facebook right now who teaches that the 12 tribes of Israel, we are who we are, but he teaches he's the Messiah. He teaches he's Christ, and he's from the tribe of Issachar. It's like, Negro, are you serious, bro? You're literally telling us that Christ is you, and you are a so-called Mexican from the tribe of Issachar, and you're the Messiah. So it's so important to understand these prophecies. If anybody comes claiming that they're the Messiah, they got to fit the criteria. And one of the most scary criteria is that when Christ comes, it's the end of the world. So if all those things haven't happened yet, and the sky don't crack open, and man, don't even pay these cats no attention. But when we see this, we see that the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be. All right. So we have to give reference to Christ. That's why I wanted to break down Judah lightly. All right. So verse 11, and you Negroes that's here in America, in the city gates of Babylon, you got off of them slave ships. Your family came from the south. You from the tribe of Judah. The scriptures show us what would happen to us coming out of captivity, going into captivity, while we're in captivity. All right. But we'll get back into that. So it says, verse 11 is still talking about the tribe of Judah. It said, excuse me, binding his foal unto the vine, and his ass's coat unto the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell in the haven of the sea, and he shall be for a haven of ships, and his borders shall be unto Zidon. Issachar is a strong ass couching between two burdens. And he saw that rest was good, and the land, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant to tribute. Dan shall judge his people, and as one of the tribes of Yashar'Allah. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse's heel, so that the rider shall fall backwards. I have waited for thy salvation, O Yahweh. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He giveth goodly words. Joseph is a fruitful bow, even a fruitful bow by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have sorely grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him. but his bow abode in strength, and his arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the Almighty Allahiyah of Ya'iqwab. From thence is the shepherd, the stone of Yasha Allah. Verse 25. Even by Allahiyah of thy father, who shall help thee, and by the Almighty, who shall bless thee with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lieth under, blessings of the breast and of the womb. The blessings of thy father have prevailed above the blessings of my progenitors. Unto the utmost bounds of the everlasting hills, they shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him that was separate from his brethren. Benjamin, Banyamyan, shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Yasha Allah of Israel, and this is it that their father spake unto them, and blessed them, every one according to the blessings he blessed them. And he charged them. Now, this is very important because this is what's going to take us into the prophet portion of the Torah portion. And he charged them and said unto them, I am to be gathered unto my people, bury me with my fathers in the cave of the field of Ephron the Hittites. Verse 49, chapter 49, verse 30. In the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite for a possession of a burying place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. They buried Isaac and Rebekah his wife. And there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and the cave that is therein was from the children of Heth. And when Jacob had made an end to commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into his bed and yielded up the ghost and was gathered unto his people. Baba Kushah, please repeat after me. Kala Shara, the Bar Yahweh, Na'isha, Wa Nashamai. All that Yahweh has said, will we do, and hear. Call hallelujah by Shema Mashiach Yahushua. Going through the 12 tribes breakdown is very extensive. All right, it's very extensive and it's very detailed. The objective of tonight's reading was to read the Torah portion into the ears of the people. All right, what we're gonna do for a minute is I'm gonna see if I don't think Maharka put his clip in here yet. Let me see. I don't see it in here. Brother Barro, he said, yes, they do. Okay, cool. Yes, they do. I guess they do, brother. All right. If you don't mind, put your comment in here, explain what you're saying. All right. I would like to find that clip that Maharka had and help give with the explanation of the 12 tribes. Because one, it would really help us with being time consuming. All right. And then two, it would really help because a visual sometimes is needed. You know, I'm not saying people are faithless. The scriptures do say that a faithless generation does desire after a sign. And it's so very helpful if we can show the people. And that helps. You know, once I started to learn and sing, that the 12 tribes of Israel were not only us, but also, you know, those of us that were scattered. Man, it changed everything for me. All right, so let me see. Let me take a break real quick. All right, if anybody needs to use the bathroom, get a sandwich, anything like that. I got a song I'm going to play. I'm on the Army of Israel website right now, but I need to find this other song from the Army of Israel. I'm going to play this first one that comes up. It's called Hebrews We Go Hard official video. All right, I'm going to play that. And then how we come back, we'll be reading the last chapter of this week's Torah portion. But listen, y'all, there's still more to go. All right. There's still more to go, and that's kind of why, you know, I really didn't want. I don't want to go into all of it. All right, we can finish it off with Genesis chapter 50 and verse 26 because it's only a little bit left. Genesis chapter 50 and verse 26. All right, and I'm looking for that comment, man. What? The right hand favor Culpepper. Oh yeah, Shalom. Yeah, so all praise. Yeah, so it's a part of our custom for the 12 tribes. This our garments are our custom. All right, did all 12 tribes wear garments? Yeah, Khan, all 12 tribes wear garments. It's a part of our customs. Mitri, bucklers, garments, you know, that go down to the floor, you know, fringes with a border of blue, you know, it's a part of our custom, brother. So yeah, Khan, it wasn't like some of the tribes was wearing t-shirts. Okay, so to answer your question, Khan, big Khan, as I say, big Khan. All right, so let's finish this up real quick. Masha, you got anything you want to bring out?
I had sent you a private message on here. You get a chance to read that?
Khan. I got you. I got you. All right. So I want to say Allah highest speed to you, brother. If that's something that's about to happen right now, man, Most High, you know, definitely blessed to be with you, brother.
Khan, more chance. I probably had to exit, you know, and take care of that.
Okay. All right. So we'll give a one-way salute to our brother Masha, the water for operating with us in the ministry. You know, we greatly appreciate your brotherhood and all the work that you do for the nation. All right.
Khan, I'm gonna show all my love to everybody and appreciate it. But yeah, follow me on Facebook, you know, on the Washi King Masha Nellums. You can follow me on TikTok, Golden Masha 86. You can follow me on Instagram, King Judah 86. And if you want to reach me personal, my number is 937-559-3650. I will answer from all calls, and it's all social media.
Hey, I say that phone number again, Baba Kusha.
937-559-3650.
All right, so they go to Brother Math, 937-559-3650. And again, Masha is excellent at getting correspondence and information throughout the 12 tribes, through the four corners, man, helping our people to grow and learn. All right, salute. Brother, greatly appreciate you again. And I want to say the blessing for you, man. Allahayam ya shamarka ba apariam wa ba manasha. Yahweh bless, Yahweh keep you as Ephraim and as Manasseh. We just learned that today. So Allahayam Yashamarka ba Apariam wa ba Manasha. All right.
See, Yahabashan Hamashia Bra'ata. Shalom to everyone and have a Barak Shabbat Salam Shalom Akah Shalom Akah.
Khan. Allah I am Shamar Ka. Wait. Let me say it again. My bad. Let me say it again. I really want that to be true. All right. So let me say it again. Allahayam Yashamar Ka Ba Apariam Wa Ba Manasha.
Double Khan.
Shalom.
Shalom.
All right, so our brother Masha, man, we sent up some Palali, man, some prayers for him. All right, let's finish reading the Torah portion. This is going to be it for now. I see the sister. She said, for some reason, links don't seem to be posting on your page right now for others. I don't know what that's about. All right. Well, let's finish up the Tawara. Let's finish up the Torah portion, and that'll be it for tonight. How we can do a more extensive breakdown a little bit later. All right. And we're gonna sincerely, send up prayers, ask that Yahweh, in the name of His only begotten Son, Yahweh Shai Barawak Achnawa, bless our brother Masha Wa Nathan Labanka Shalom, and give to his son peace. Give him ease. Give him relax and rest. The water. All right, so this is the last chapter. We're gonna go ahead and finish this up. All right, Genesis chapter, and salute to everybody, man, that's been strong, man, that's made it through. Okay, so Genesis chapter 50, we're going to read verse 1 through verse 20, and then that will be it for the Torah portion reading. But remember, there's also a prophet portion and there's also a gospel portion. But for tonight, this will be it. Genesis chapter 50, verse 1. And Joseph fell upon his father's face and wept upon him and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. And the physicians embalmed Israel. And 40 days were fulfilled for him. For so are 40 days of those which are embalmed. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. And when the days of the mourning were past, Joseph spake unto the house of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, let me read that again, verse 4. And when the days of mourning were past, Joseph spake unto the house of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Lo, I die. In my grave, which I have digged for me in the land of Canaan, there shalt thou bury me. Now, therefore, let me go up, I pray thee, and bury my father, and I will come again. And Pharaoh said unto him, Go up and bury thy father, according as he made thee swear. And Joseph, Yahwasap, and Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Egypt, and all the house of Joseph, and all his brethren, and his father and his father's house. Only their little ones and their flock and their herds they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond Yarwadan, which is beyond Jordan. And there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land of the Canaanites saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said, This is a grievous mourning to the Egyptians. Therefore, the name of it was called Abul Mizraim, which is beyond Jordan. Verse 12. And his sons did unto him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burying place of Ephron the Hittite before Mamre. Verse 14. And Yahwasap Joseph returned into Egypt, he and his brethren, and all that went up with him to bury his father after he had buried his father. And when Yahwasap, Joseph's brethren, saw that their father was dead, they said, Joseph will peradventure hate us and will certainly requite us all the evil which we did unto him. And they sent a messenger unto Joseph, saying, Thy father did command thee before dying, saying, So shall ye say to Joseph, Forgive, I pray thee now, the trespass of thy brethren and their sin. For they did thee evil, and now we pray thee, forgive the trespass of the servants of Alahiah of thy father. And Joseph wept when they spake unto him. I could absolutely see why Joseph would wept. He's like, man, y'all still don't get it, man. I did all this. I love y'all, man. I ain't holding no grudges, you know. And his brethren also fell down before his face, and they said, behold, we be thy servants. And Joseph said unto them, fear not, for am I in place of Allahiah? But as for you, ye thought evil against me, but Allahiah meant it unto good, to bring to pass as it is this day, to save much people alive. Hallelujah. 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 All praise the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob for his mercy. We petition Yahweh's mercy for Achnawa, for our brother Masha. As our brother Masha goes and not only inquires, but seeks relief. All right. By Shema Mashiach Yahweh Shai. We also want to petition that Yahweh continue to bless Hayaladim, the children of Israel, and forgive us not only for our sins, but the sins of our forefathers. Our sins of our forefathers that was before us that transgressed by Shem HaMashiach Yahweh Shai. And we petition that Yahweh not only allow our forefathers to do all that is right, but that the Eladim, the children of Israel, repent and come back and keep his laws, statutes, and commandments by Shem HaMashiach Yahweh Shai. And with that being said, we're going to end this video off. Shabbat Shalom. And I'm going to bless the people with the video from our brother, the House of Maharaka. Kwame Yasharala.